guys, Veggie Gamer back, and we're back to doing the Harry Potter book reviews. My goodness, very nice. We've got some good chapters today. It's Prisoner of Azkaban, as I'm sure you know, and we're starting off with the Flight of the Fat Lady. But there's some really good stuff in these chapters, guys. Some different changes that they made for the movies, which, you know, some changes for the movies were a shame. Some changes, there's some good stuff in these scenes of the movies, guys. But we're here talking about the books today. And yes, we've got a lot to get into in these chapters. Thank you all so much for the support of this series, guys. It is an absolute honour to be doing these, because these books are just so good. I am so sorry that these videos do take me so long to get out, guys. I do intend on speeding up eventually, but very often real life things and so on, you know, kind of limit my time and everything. But I would never want to suggest that it's not because I wouldn't want to suggest that it's because I'm not enjoying it, because I'm thoroughly enjoying this. So good stuff in these chapters will be coming today. As always, guys, at the end of this video, or at least in the second half, because it seems to be getting longer and longer, we will be going through the Harry Potter book club comments, which is on the Patreon. If you want to check out the Patreon, guys, you can back it for as little as you want to get access to everything that's on there, all the movie reactions, all the series reactions, and so on and so forth. With the movies specifically, you will need your own copy of the movies, but with things like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, at the moment we've got the footage in with the videos and so. But with the Harry Potter book club, like I say, you can pay as little as you want and get your comments read out in these videos. And so at the end, we'll go through like the list of all your thoughts and opinions and questions about these chapters and everything. It's the funnest part of doing these book clubs is reading your comments in there, guys. If you can't back the Patreon, don't worry, guys. You can always just leave a comment on YouTube and I will read it as well. I won't read it out in video, but I will have read it at least. Another benefit of checking out the Patreon is that you actually get at least 2 book clubs in advance, if you know what I mean. And so basically the free ones which are on YouTube, but which they will all be coming for free on YouTube. We're always 2 episodes behind, and so we will have covered at least 6 chapters more on the Patreon. And so if you get to the end of what's available on YouTube, if you so wish, you can check out the Patreon and check out where we are up to date. But like I say, never feel like you need to do it, guys. It's just there for if you want to. Last couple of these videos have hit 4 hours. I don't think that's going to happen today, but I see that every single time, and then it would end up being 5 hours. So I guess let's just get straight into it. I don't think I have any more housework. I always say housework. That is not homework. You know, stuff to talk about. I did mention in the last video that I am trying to limit comparisons to the movies and everything, and it seems to be, you know, some people really like the fact that I really compare each little detail to the movies and everything, and some people prefer me not to do it so much. It's a bit of a balance, guys, so any opinion and feedback on this is always greatly appreciated. I always take on board any feedback and everything, so if you've got any feedback for these videos, do let me know. But either way, thank you so much, Jonas, for these wonderful side panels. There will be a chapter selection ones appearing on screen in just a moment. And as always, thank you so much to Raider Max for providing me with the summaries, of which we will be reading the first one of now. Is that a sentence? Probably not. Chapter 8 of Prisoner of Azkaban, Flight of the Fat Lady. Defense Against the Dark Arts becomes everyone's favourite class. Lupin does a lot of practical lessons, which are fun. However, potions has become worse than usual after the Boggett situation. Trelawney continues to act deranged. This is Raider Max's words, and manages to make a dire prediction about Harry every class. Hagrid lost his confidence after the Buckbeak debacle, and his class has become the most boring thing ever. Harry is happy about the kickoff of the Quidditch season, at least. Team captain Oliver Wood is determined to win the Quidditch Cup, especially since this is his last year at Hogwarts. Harry is bummed out, which is a term which I always find funny, because we don't say that in the UK. It means something else in the UK. when the first Hogsmeade trip approaches, since he doesn't have a signed permission form. In other news, Crookshanks continues to chase Scabbers around, prompting a series of shouting matches between Hermione and Ron. Speaking of pets, Lavender hears that her pet rabbit died, and she's rather upset about the news. She insists that Trelawney predicted that this would happen. Hermione tries to use logic to convince everyone otherwise, but no one listens to her. Harry goes to see McGonagall about his permission form, but she refuses to let him go to Hogsmeade without one. So on Halloween morning, the third years, all the third years except Harry, head off to Hogsmeade. Harry wanders around and ends up in Lupin's classroom. I think it's his office. It could be his classroom. We'll move on. The two chat for a while, and Harry confesses his concern about the Boggart. Lupin says that he had assumed Harry's Boggart would have turned into Voldemort and would scare everyone else too badly. But Harry says that he thought about the Dementors instead. Lupin is impressed, since a fear of Dementors implies that Harry is most afraid of fear. We'll get into that. This very interesting sentence, and it is in the movie as well, which I wasn't sure about. But Snape appears and instantly ruins the mood. The man is like a permanent went black again. This is Razorback's description. He gives Lupin some sort of potion, and the two have a cryptic conversation. Harry instantly assumes that Snape is trying to poison Lupin. Later, Ron and Hermione return with a ton of candy, or sweets as we say in the UK, and stuff for Harry from Hogsmeade. Sigh. The Halloween feast is awesome as usual, but afterwards everyone heads to the common room and encounters a traffic jam on the stairs. Turns out the fat lady is gone and her canvas has been ripped to shreds. The professors quickly appear with Peeves and the school poltergeist, who tells everyone that the fat lady was cut up by Sirius Black after she refused to let him inside. Hogwarts needs a new security system stat. Thank you so much for the wonderful summary, Raidarbacks. So as Raidarbacks mentioned, Defense Against the Dark Arts has become like, not everyone's favourite classroom, class I should say. The Slytherins apparently generally don't like it. I think it's meant to be quite a snobbish thing, obviously particularly with Draco and Crabbe and Goyle it would be certainly more of a snobby thing. It's very interesting, actually, because we get this line, and you presume it is Draco saying it. It's not 100% sure, but at least a Slytherin says the line, "He dresses like my old house elf." Now, I presume that is Draco saying that, and that is awesome, guys, because that is what I've been waiting for. I would have liked a little bit more, so I got a hot water bottle, by the way. Same colour as my jumper. I've been saying it in the last few book reviews. I really hope that at some point we hear at least a little bit about Draco's relationship with Dobby. Because obviously, he would have known Dobby his entire life. Like, seeing him on a daily basis when not at Hogwarts. Or maybe he did see him at Hogwarts. Probably not, because Dobby was trying to be undercover, wasn't he? So this little throwaway line's really nice. I would like more. I don't know if we're going to get more, but the fact that Draco really would have known Dobby very, very, very well, or at least Dobby would have known Draco very, very well, is something that's really not covered in the movies, and I didn't even think for a second about it until starting covering the books, and so it was nice that we had that little line. So in the Defense Against Dark Arts, we hear about red caps, which are like goblin-like creatures. They hang out wherever there has been bloodshed, which is quite... That's a cool description. it's creepy, but it's a cool description. We hear about Kappas that live in ponds. I swear that we've heard about these before, guys. Wasn't it what Hagrid was getting annoyed at Gilderoy for suggesting aid on getting them out of a well? I swear, I'm not sure who says it. In fact, it could be Harry overhearing Gilderoy. I think it was actually saying that he was suggesting tips on how to get rid of Kappas that were in the well. I swear that was the case in Chamber of Secrets, and so it's nice to hear about them again. Gotta say, again, this never stood out for the movies, but there is a real correlation between Defense Against the Dark Arts and Care for Magical Beasts. Right? At least for me, or creatures I should say, not beasts, and where to find them. It's interesting because it's like, this is how you look after these animals, and this is how you defeat these animals. It's very, very interesting. Surely there's got to be a crossover. Are there any creatures that are going to be in the Defense Against Dark Arts where you would also deal with them in Care for Magical Creatures? Cornish pixies, surely. It's never dawned on me before, but they are quite similar classes, aren't they? They really are. Because in my head, Defense Against the Dark Arts was like, you know, dueling and stuff, but of course it wasn't, was it? The dueling class was something put together by Gilderoy in one of the best scenes for Chamber of Secrets in a book. It's good in the movie as well. It is good in the movie. Certainly better. Hermione the headlock is something that they left out of the movie version. Gotta say, guys, in these chapters, there are some things... Hermione's very interesting in these chapters. As she always is, guys. She's absolutely one of my favourite characters from the books. I do get why they made some changes here with the movie. But we'll get into it. We'll get into that when we get there. If we ever get there. Sorry. That is right, isn't it? It is, yeah. That. Because at some point I will get that wrong. But yes, the right chapter is highlighted. Thank you so much, Jonas. They are wonderful. And I wonder why these videos end up being 4 hours long. So apparently Snape is acting is in a particularly vindictive mood. Now, obviously, this is Harry's opinion of what he sees Snape doing. Certainly, in this chapter, we get Harry really assuming things about Snape which aren't actually there. But at least Harry's opinion is that Snape is acting particularly vindictive at the moment. With reason, because the novel's Boggett situation is now the talk of the town around Hogwarts and everything. I don't think I mentioned it in the last video, but now I've got to call out Lupin to an extent, even though I love him. It was quite unprofessional, allowing Neville to use a professor. Now, I say that because, guys, I know that I will be calling Snape out for being just as unprofessional later on in this video. So I just want to, for a bit of balance here, Lupin being okay with Neville making a professor appear and for them to be humiliated in front of students, a bit unprofessional. It was obviously, well, it's good for Neville's confidence in that class, certainly. In fact, he's the one who actually defeated the Boggett in the book, of course. I had to call that out, though, because we will be going into a bit of Snape discussion later on where he is just as unprofessional, in my opinion. So yes, Neville's Boggett is the talk of the town. And Trelawney's eyes like fill with tears whenever he sees Harry, whenever she sees Harry, which must be very frustrating for Harry, because Harry's still not having any of it, which is very impressive. Pravati and Lavender. It's so nice to hear about Pravati and Lavender at this point, guys. Particularly Lavender, obviously, because we really barely get anything about her outside of like a comedy person we're not meant to like in the movies, and that never sat right with me, guys. It really didn't. Especially with what happens to her at the end. Jeez. But her depiction in Goblet of Fire, never really appreciated that portrayal of a character, you know? Because I felt bad for her. I felt bad for her when Ron said Hermione in the hospital wing. I did. And I probably shouldn't. Anyway, moving on. It's nice to hear about Pravati and Lavender, and obviously them having a lot more personality here. So yeah, no one is enjoying Care for Magical Creatures now because it's just become like incredibly monotonous. Gotta say, that's better than what it was before. I gotta say, some people did say, okay, Veggie, you're right about the Hagrid. Probably not should have started off with a hippogriff for the class. But obviously Hagrid wanted to be like, bow! Like, much like Lupin starting off with a boggart. That was the first Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson, I believe. Which was like a big, impactful, empowering lesson for the students. Hagrid was probably thinking, well, you know, if I give these kids the confidence to be able to do with a hippogriff, then, you know, there's going to be no stopping them. It just turns out that one of the students got attacked. It was the student's fault, guys, but Hagrid was the professor, or the teacher there at the time. So, yeah. It's interesting, guys, but, you know, I certainly like Hagrid as a character more than Draco, but you got to put some blame on Hagrid. His lessons now are incredibly dull, and actually not very productive as well, actually, because apparently they keep on learning about flobberworms, which are basically the most boring creature in existence. Like, or Ron says something like, why would you want to care for a creature like this, which is a bit horrible. But apparently they keep on covering the same stuff, so not only is Hagrid's lessons boring now, they're actually not very productive because they're not learning about Fantastic Beasts. So yes, it's Oliver Wood's last year at Hogwarts, which is something which I didn't even think about, but of course it would be for a lot of students there. Gryffindor haven't won for 7 years, which is interesting, because I thought it was longer, but I think I might be thinking of the House Cup, to be honest, which is different, isn't it? I still get blooming confused by this, guys. 7 years ago, presumably, would have been Charlie Weasley's era, because it was Charlie that was on the Quidditch team, wasn't it, rather than Bill. So you presume that the last winner, the last Gryffindor winner, was Charlie Weasley's team. Don't know if that's been confirmed at any point, but that's what I presume. Fred and George are actually being kind of nice to Wood. They like say, "Oh, shut up, Wood, you're being embarrassing." Whilst Wood like talking like really like he's like bigging everyone up, like taking it in turns. Like, Harry, you're a freaking. I said fricking. So I don't swear on my channel. You're an amazing seeker, and, you know, oh man. And the other lot, you're really good at that, which is essentially what Harry Potter Quidditch matches are like. Yeah, you know what, guys? I'm going to say this now. I'm going to get this out of the way early. Oh man, am I really going to say this? I hope, yeah. If someone put a wand to my head and said, you have to tell me right now what part of the Harry Potter books you are enjoying the least, and I have to give an answer, I think it's the Quidditch stuff, because it seems so weird. When I first checked out the Philosopher's Stone movie, people were like saying, oh, Quidditch is clearly a sport written by someone who isn't really into sport or doesn't really like sports. And I do get that from it. It's also the stuff where there's so many layers of everything is so unfair for Harry, but still he does it. Which the first time is great. We're in the 3rd book now. But anyway, that's my opinion, guys. So let me know what if it wants to put a wand to your head and said what aspect or part of the books, not the movies, the books up to this point, so halfway through Prisoner of Azkaban, which aspect of the book or part of the book is the thing which you kind of not enjoyed the least, but you don't appreciate as much as the rest. I think it's the Quidditch stuff. But we'll get more into that later on when it comes to, like, you know, the billions of reasons why everything is unfair for Harry. We'll get there. Believe me, we will get there, right? So yes, Fred and George are actually being nice to Wood, which is very pleasant. I mean, they are generally nice. I don't think they're ever being actually vindictive with their stuff, apart from obviously with Umbridge in the movies. This is because even when they were even Chamber of Secrets was the best example of it, where Harry was like, you know, embarrassed for the millionth time as he is in that book. And everyone is like giving him a wide berth, but they are like literally in the corridor, like saying, "Make way for the air slithering and everything." Just amazing. So yeah, they're brilliant characters. They really, really are. So yes, we hear about Hogsmeade. We hear about Zonko's. Fred's going to get some more stink pellets. So, that's such a dated thing now, guys. To think that, I mean, maybe this is just a UK thing, but you used to be able to get stink bombs in joke shops, which don't really exist anymore. There used to be a bunch in Oxford. They've all gone now. Every single one of them's gone now. But, you know, which sold like whoopee cushions and everything like that. But the fact that you could buy stink bombs and essentially ruin a teacher's lesson by just like these tiny little glass like pellet things, you just like break the tip off and like it would just make the entire room just stink and there's nothing you can really do about it. That was a regular thing when I was at school. It's insane to think of that. It really is, because I can't imagine that happens in schools anymore, does it? You know what? If this is still a thing that's happening in school, guys, let me know. I'd be shocked, quite frankly. And again, maybe it's just a British thing, but you used to be able to get them like readily. So Ron actually convinces Harry to go and ask McGonagall to try and allow Harry to go to Hogsmeade. It's very, I mean, that is a very Ron thing to do. Obviously, Hermione's completely against it because of Sirius Black and everything. Crookshanks attacks Ron's bag during this conversation. Ron's like spinning the bag around and Crookshanks is like hanging onto it. Hermione, I've got this note down here, and I now know that this note is unfair because my note says Hermione tells Ron not to hurt Crookshanks. Now, what follows after this actually counters everything that I thought about in that line, but also what I was saying last time, how Hermione kind of is being inconsiderate, not appreciating the situation, the fact that Crookshanks is quite dangerous for Scabbers, obviously. So I wrote that line down thinking it's very interesting that she's saying that, but it does. This is the scene which makes me think about Hermione in a different way, which is excellent. So yeah, Hermione like finally like grabs Scabbers, and she's actually tearful, guys. This is one thing where I ain't mad about the fact that Hermione is, I don't want to say more mature does feel like the right word, but to cry is not immature, guys. It's just, you know, it's what people do. Just watch any of my videos and you'll see that. Any video recently, anyway. But she's movie Hermione would not be tearing up in a situation like this, whereas book Hermione is tearing up later on with the Snape situation, and so I ain't mad about that change with Hermione, but it really does make her seem very different than book Hermione. The fact that Hermione is like, I think her voice is like shaking when she's like saying that Crookshanks doesn't know that what he's doing is wrong. And that line is very important. Crookshanks doesn't know it is wrong. That's a great line, because that is an admittance there. It is an admittance that, with something which we haven't had up to this point, it's an admittance that Crookshanks is wrong. And also that it's kind of Hermione's responsibility, which is obviously very important when it comes to pet ownership, extremely important. So I like that. I liked that line. Yes, voice shaking. I don't think she is actually tearing up here, but I appreciate that little line. Ron says that Crookshanks understood what he was saying about his bag. When he mentioned his bag, Crookshanks seemed to then realise. So there's certainly something going on with Crookshanks. Certainly something which was not from what I remember in the movie at all. In fact, Crookshanks was kind of redundant, as I remember, in the movies. But you couldn't not have Crookshanks in it. But yeah, that's a very interesting throwaway line there. Well, I'm sure it won't be throwaway. We'll get to it. Ron is actually genuinely annoyed at Hermione at this point, and is actually essentially not talking to her, and like always sitting on the other side of Harry in classes from her and everything. So the relationship between Ron and Hermione are great in these specific chapters, actually, and we'll get into why later on. We hear about Lavender Brown's rabbit that's been killed by a fox, and Lavender is straight away assuming that because she got the news on the day that she only had had said that bad news that you're expecting will be coming. This might be a bit of a stretch, guys. And I don't know if I've got the book here, have I? I do not. I don't. So guys, I've got a theory. Lavender Brown's Rabbit. That's a very interesting name, isn't it? Binky. And this is the mid-90s? Am I insane, guys? Or is that a reference to Life in Hell? Because that to me is... I don't know if Binky is generally a popular name for a rabbit, but the main character from Life in Hell, which is a comic strip, I think they were like in papers, but then they put like a compilation together. I actually have a big book of it somewhere, unfortunately. I can't find it right now. Yeah, unfortunately I can't find my copy of it, but it's like a compilation of like of Life in Hell, which is an old comic strip. You may not have heard of Life in Hell, guys. You may have heard of the thing which the person who wrote Life in Hell and illustrated Life in Hell. You may have heard what they did as a follow-up project. It's a little thing called The Simpsons. And so it's a Matt Groening comic strip, guys. And it's really good. It's very, very dark. I wish I could find some examples of it. In fact, you know what? If I remember to edit one in, I'll put one in here. And I'll try and get one of the darker ones, because they tend to be the funny ones, to be honest. But Life in Hell, guys, I really like it. And the main rabbit on it, the main character on it is a rabbit called Binky. Now, it does kind of correlate, because the mid-90s was when Life in Hell was kind of well known. It's really not really known at all now. Obviously, Simpsons completely blew it out of the water. But if you watch the first couple of series of The Simpsons, or maybe even just the first series, in fact, Maggie, and maybe Lisa as well, but definitely Maggie has Binky and his son. What's his son called? I think it's Bongo. I think his son's called Bongo. Has like toys of these characters. If you've ever played the Simpsons arcade game, that in between the levels, it'll like show like a rabbit doing something which represents, you know, the level that you're about to play in. That's Binky. And so Binky kind of was a bit of a thing, but obviously nowhere near as big as The Simpsons in any sort of way. And so when I read that name, I thought, hang on, that's maybe I'm probably stretching now, but yeah, it certainly made me think of Binky from Life in Hell. So not Life is Strange. Have I been saying that? Oh my goodness, Life in Hell. So yes. I don't know if that's a reference, but I appreciated the fact that he's called Binky, because that's cool. Either way. It probably isn't anything to do with Life in Hell, but I thought I'd mention it anyway. So Parvati is like really like consoling her and everything, and Lavender's like saying, oh, Trelawney was right and everything. And Hermione, a bit brutal in her bluntness here, but immediately goes like ultra logical. And quite frankly, this is Hermione being smart on a level which is outside of books and outside of wizardry. This is, for her age, very smart, because she is right here, guys, in my opinion. She basically says that, well, Binky didn't die today. Binky wasn't old, and so you weren't going to be worrying about, you know, an imminent death of Binky. And so, yeah, it is brutal, because Pravati's like me-nodding her. It's like, what are you doing, Irving? The fact that she goes straight into it, it's like saying, well, hang on a second. Binky didn't die today, so it's you receiving the news of it. What she's essentially saying, guys, is that it could have been anything, to the point where if Lavender accidentally sat on her wand and snapped it on that day, she would then think, oh, Trelawney was right. You know, so it could have been, you know, maybe the dessert at dinner wasn't the one which she likes the most or something. I don't think that's really how Hogwarts food works, is it? But well, maybe it is. And you know, like, you know, if Brussels sprouts or something on her plate, it's like, oh, Trelawney was right. You know, she's going to assume that is the worst thing that happens that day is the thing that Trelawney said. So Hermione's absolutely. I thought that she was being unpleasant in Trelawney's lesson and actually calling Trelawney out and everything. Hermione is being brutal here, considering that Lavender is in tears in front of her while she's saying all this. But my God, she's right. She's right. This is a very smart take by Hermione, in my opinion. Just not the most nice way of putting it. But she's not thinking about that though. She's not trying to be nasty, obviously. Ron then says that Hermione doesn't think other people's pets matter very much, which is just brutal. Ron can be nasty when he wants to. He can be. But, you know, Scabbers is getting attacked, and Scabbers is not well, either. Well, you know, kayfabe. Scabbers is not well. So the other thing Lavender had been dreading could have been anything bad. Yeah, exactly. So that's the point that I just made. So Neville thinks he's lost his permission form, but apparently the grandmother just sent it directly to McGonagall, which, quite frankly, is probably a good idea. Harry lies to McGonagall about the permission slip, saying that, oh man, I can't remember what the lie was. I don't know if he said that he had a sign. Yes, that's right. I think he says that his guardians forgot to sign it or something like that, because that's obviously that's key to what Dean then says in a moment. As always, McGonagall is being a lot more stern. It does say Harry is not sure but thinks that McGonagall has a face of pity as he's speaking to her, but he's not 100% sure, whereas Maggie Smith's McGonagall is clearly not enjoying what she's saying to Harry, whereas in the book, Harry, he's not even sure if that's actually what's happening. That's actually something which happens a lot in these chapters, which we'll get into later on as well, but the fact that where Harry is not 100% sure how to interpret something that is actually happening in front of him. It's very interesting writing. McGonagall is calling Ron is calling McGonagall names as Harry, when Harry comes back and says that it was a no-go. Dean actually offers to forge Vernon's signature, I think using a spell. And Harry says no, and I thought, oh, that's good for Harry. But then Harry says about how he mentions that he'd already mentioned to McGonagall that his permission form was blank, and so it wouldn't work. And so that's the fact that he was kind of okay with the idea of Dean doing that, but you know, because he'd already said that the thing is blank, that would be a no-go as well. I do feel like McGonagall would have sussed a spell. Dumbledore definitely would have done, because he can see invisible people and things like that. But forging signatures, I think McGonagall would have been on top of that, and Dean would have been in a lot of trouble, and Harry, quite frankly. Percy's doing a terrible job of downplaying Hogwarts to Harry, saying, "Oh, Harry, you're not really missing out on much. I mean, Honeydukes is really awesome. Zonks is so dangerous; it should be blooming closed down." He's trying to say it's a bad thing, but Harry being Harry, it just makes him really want to go to Zonkos more. Mentioning the Shrieking Shack as well, and so Percy's doing a terrible job of consoling Harry. It's really nice here because straight away, Ron and Hermione are now friends again for the greater good of looking after Harry and consoling Harry. Awesome. That's why these characters are great, guys. And so they basically, bygones be bygones, we gotta big up our friend now. We're now friends again. It's awesome. Really good stuff, guys. They are excellent in these chapters. They promise to bring back a whole bunch of sweets or candy if you go with what Max is. Candy is the same thing as sweets. We just call them sweets over it. Draco mocks Harry about being scared of the Dementors, as always. We hear about Gryffindor Tower. So obviously the third years are all going off to Hogsmeade, and Harry heads back to Gryffindor Tower. And yet again, guys, we hear about how Harry not crawled, but basically has to go for a hole into Gryffindor Tower, which is obviously not represented in the movies. In the movies, and maybe on Hogwarts Legacy as well, because I know the corridor certainly looks like the Philosopher's Stone corridor where Gryffindor Tower is, rather than obviously where it is in Prisoner of Azkaban. It's just a doorway that's behind the painting. Whereas, you remember on Deathly Hallows Part 2, where Neville gets Harry and the gang and leads them into Hogwarts, and they had to go through this tunnelway, which was behind a painting. That's what we appear to be having described in the book. So it's very interesting that was a change in the movies. I guess it's just easier, but I like the visual of it kind of being like a secret. It's more secretive, you know, even though it's just behind a painting. The fact that you had to crawl through this hole as well, because obviously we heard in previous chapters of McGonagall having to go through it in the same way. So Colin's back. So Harry has obviously just gone back to Gryffindor Tower, having seen his friends going off to Hogsmeade and everything, and Colin is back and he's sitting with a bunch of friends and actually invites Harry over, which is very, very nice of him. Harry kind of like doesn't want to be involved in that and doesn't want to be answering questions about his scar and everything, and so lies and says he has to go off to the library and do some work. And so after doing the parcel with the fat lady who was asleep, he then goes straight back out, and the fat lady just like says, "Why did he wake me up for just that?" Usually he went and then walked straight back out again. It's a blooming job to do it. But either way. In Hogwarts Legacy, we hear about Violet, and I don't think I've met Violet yet in the books. Which is another painting which the fat lady like hangs out with a lot. So looking for, I presume Hogwarts Legacy has so many little beautiful book things that are in it, guys. In fact, it's one which we'll be covering in these chapters today, but it's done a really good job of having like all these little references in. So I apologise, I'm losing the place. So Filch sees Harry wandering the corridors and like says, "What are you doing?" and tells him to go back to the common room, which is interesting. I guess that's purely because of his history with Harry particularly, but Harry is I'm sure he hasn't got the walk of the entire school, but because everyone else is off at Hogsmeade, he doesn't have to stay in the common room. He also doesn't actually want to go to the library. That was just an excuse just to get out of sitting with Colin, who I like. I always feel a little bit sorry for Colin in the books, I must admit. So yeah, like he's wandering the corridor, and then Lupin, I don't know if Lupin heard or actually saw Harry, but like you hear like Harry, like that, and it turns out to be Lupin. I think it's his office rather than the classroom, but I could be wrong. And the first thing he says is, "Where's Ron and Hermione?" which is very interesting that he really associates Harry with them. I guess it's also because we know Lupin knows a bit more than he's letting on. He's wondering why Harry is alone. He's being left alone at this point. So maybe that's why he specifically said that. He invites Harry in for some tea. We hear about a Grindylow, which is a water demon. Often I don't Google things just in case of spoilers and everything, but I actually did Google the Grindylow, and those are the things which are basically attacking Harry alongside the mermaids in A Goblet of Fire in the movie at least. And so it's interesting that we're hearing that we're seeing one in the book already. Lupin jokingly says, I only have tea, but I dare say you have had enough of tea leaves," which is nice. So obviously he knows about all the rumours that have been going around the school and everything. Harry decides not to mention what he sees as being the Grimms, obviously the dog that he saw, because at this point he thinks that Lupin thinks that Harry is a coward. I don't know if that's fair actually, but no, this is Harry being very self-conscious, obviously, but he doesn't want to appear to be afraid, so he actually chooses not to mention the fact that he saw the dog. Would have been very interesting if he had told Lupin. I don't know if it would have changed anything, but it's very interesting, you know, us knowing who and what the dog is. For Lupin to be told that at this point would have been very interesting. I think that would have been, yeah. I wonder what would have happened there. I don't know. Let me know if you've got any theories in the comments. I don't think anything. I think it would have still played out. I think that Lupin would have worked out what the dog was, but he wouldn't have said anything, would he? Oh, he may have done, because he doesn't know about the other thing yet, does he? Maybe that would have been very bad then. Maybe it would have been very bad. But yes, Harry chooses not to mention it just out of pride. Harry straight up asks Lupin why he didn't allow him to fight the Boggart. And it says that that he actually expects Lupin to pretend that he hadn't. Because obviously in the class, Lupin did pretend that, you know, he didn't straight up say, no, Harry, you can't do this. He tried to, like, you know, wave it off as saying, you know, he'd already done something in class, so it was fine. Obviously that was with all the other students around. But no, Lupin straight up says that he didn't want the Boggart to appear like Voldemort, and he actually says Voldemort, which is very interesting, guys, because that's in the movie as well, and that does make me wonder why that is the case. That Lupin, I mean, he's a Gryffindor, sure, but so's bloomin' Hagrid. The fact that he's saying Voldemort, very interesting. Maybe that's going to get explained in the book at some point, but it actually knocks Harry for 6, the fact that, oh, someone else is saying Voldemort, okay. And so then Harry starts saying Voldemort to him as well. And then we get this line from Lupin, which is regarding the Dementor. What you fear most of all is fear. Very wise, Harry. Which is a great line. I gotta admit, I did Google it just to try and understand what it meant. But for one, it's kind of a phrase because it's been played around wording-wise for a long time, for like a couple of centuries, in fact. But what it means regarding Harry specifically, and like. The fear being the thing which you fear the most is actually a very useful thing. Yeah. I didn't want to look too much into it, but I thought that was an excellent line either. So Snape enters with a smoking goblet. And like is like confused to see Harry there, and like hands Lupin the goblet and says, you should drink this directly. Lupin, like, you know, thanks him, and Snape's like, it's like not at all, which is very interesting. The fact that he's like not at all, because we obviously know that they have history and everything, but I guess maybe he's acting more polite than he would have done because Harry's there. Maybe. Lupin's not great at making potions, and says that there aren't many wizards that are up to making this specific potion, and so that's why he got Snape to do it. He says that adding sugar to it kind of makes the potion useless, ineffective, I should say. I wonder, this is just a little bit of theory, maybe Snape told him that. I mean, that's not actually true. Maybe? I'm not sure. My headcanon is that Snape is enjoying the fact that this potion is horrible for Lupin to drink, but yes. It actually says that Harry wants to knock the potion out of Lupin's hand, and actually tells, after Snape's gone, obviously, I think the first thing that Harry says is that, by the way, Snape wants to be the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, which kind of blows my mind, guys, because Harry, maybe it's because I've watched the movies and I know what's going on. That's insane, right? Did Harry genuinely think that Snape is trying to poison to the point of killing Lupin here? Because Snape wants to be the Defense Against the Dark Arts? Don't think that's got a good way of going about it. Poisoning someone in front of a student, you know, because Harry was there. He didn't like say, oh, no, I'll come back later, and like, because there was someone else there. And so Harry is it goes back, guys. It goes back, I think, to the first time that Harry ever sees Snape and someone says he wants the Defense Against the Dark Arts job. And that, after all this time, that line is playing on Harry so much. And, you know, the whole rigmarole that they went through in the first book was all based on that person saying, yeah, he wants his job. And that turning out to not have anything to do with what happened in the Philosopher's Stone. Harry still thinks that Snape is that determined to the point that he's willing to at least incapacitate Lupin in front of a witness. Is Harry being paranoid right there? It really is, guys. If not childish, in fact. And Ron blooming agrees with him later on. Hermione doesn't. Hermione, sorry, not Hermione. Yeah, the fact that Harry still thinks that Snape would do something like that. That bad. That's bad. We can discuss what he does in the classes, guys, but he's not straight up trying to murder other professors in his lessons. Maybe their reputation, which we will be getting into in that thing which I said about Snape being unprofessional later on in the chapters. But yeah, it's very interesting to see that Harry can still be that obsessed with that line that someone said to him about the fact that he wants the Leviticus Dark Arts job. And the fact that he... I mean, it shows bias from Harry. It shows bias from Harry, and quite frankly, he's obviously wrong. But again, I know the full story. So, if you read this book, guys, before seeing the movies, did any part of you think that at this point, Snape was trying to kill Lupin? Or at least incapacitate him? Because obviously, not straight away, but in a few days' time, Lupin is appearing to be a lot worse and then actually has to take a class off. Did you genuinely think that Snape had done something to him? This is the difficulty, guys, because obviously I know the story, and so it's difficult to put myself in the shoes of someone who is reading this stuff and trying to work stuff out. It's why I didn't even pick up at all on the Percy stuff in Chamber of Secrets, which is fascinating when you guys told me the fact that he's a massive red herring in it. And that's not mocking his hair. Yeah, very interesting. Yes, so Ron thinks so. That's the case as well. When Harry fills them, Ron, Hermione, in what happened. Hermione talks about the post office that's in Hogsmeade having like I think hundreds of different owls, and they're like color coded for how fast you want the mail to arrive and everything. Because obviously that's going to be like first and second class mail. I don't know if that's the term that you use in other countries, but in the UK we have first class stamps and second class stamps, and the first class stamps will get there faster than a second class stamp. So very cool that that's the case with owls as well. Obviously the slow ones would be cheaper. And yeah, I think that they're in the Great Hall. Oh, because it's Halloween, and so all the teachers there and everything, and Harry's eyeing up Snape, and he isn't sure. Because Lupin's looking fine at this point. He's having a chat with Flitwick, in fact. But again, we get this line where Harry isn't sure, but he thinks that Snape might be eyeing up Lupin, like keeping an eye on him and everything. But he's not sure if he is. So again, this may be all in his head. I really like the way that those lines are written. The title of this chapter finally pays off right at the end, like right at the end of the chapter, guys, where there is like a backlog of students like trying to get in, and I think like someone like says they can't all have forgotten the password or something like that. We do get the bit where Percy's like barging his way through saying, "Excuse me, I'm head boy," and everything, which is like the only line that Percy has in the movies which indicates his personality in the slightest. I think it genuinely is. It's like his only bit of dialogue that he gets where you actually get to see his personality. Because I blooming love Percy in the books, guys. I think he's such a great character. And that line in the movie is the first time we ever pick up on the fact that Percy is a bit of this, I'm holier than thou sort of character, I guess is the way of putting it. Peeves turns up just after Dumbledore, and Dumbledore's like, saying that we need to find where the fat lady's gone and everything, and Peeves like to Dumbledore like says, "You'll be lucky," and Dumbledore like looks at him and Peeves like sheepishly like backs down. So it's the first time we've seen. No, it's not. I was going to say it's the first time we've seen Peeves like being intimidated, but of course, Harry did an impression of the bloody Baron, or was it Ron? I think it was Harry. In Philosopher's Stone, and that completely tricked Peeves as well. And so it's nice to see Peeves actually being, like, not being serious, because he's like talking through his legs still and everything, but dialing his S down a bit is probably the best way of putting it. And he is the one who says that Sirius Black was the one who was trying to get into Gryffindor Tower. Which is interesting, because there is a black spot in that, guys, which I still don't fully understand. Was it actually Sirius Black? It couldn't have been, could it? Well, it could have been, but... No, yeah, it could have been. Yeah, I've still got a blank spot here. I presume it will be covered in the books. Obviously, we hear about the tunnel to the Whomping Willow and everything, but yes, we'll get there. But either way, Great chapter, guys. This feels like it's a long part of the video, but let's move on to the second chapter, Grim Defeat. Dumbledore sends all the students to the Great Hall to spend the night. The professors spend the night searching the school for Black. No one can sleep and everyone stays up late at the world's largest slumber party talking about who could be, well, talking about Black. Much later that night, the trio overhear Snape, Percy and Dumbledore talking about Black too. No one knows how Black got in, but Snape hints that he has a theory. Dumbledore seems to shut it down, though. Things slowly go back to normal, but while the Fat Lady is getting restored, the Gryffindors have to put up with her replacement, Sir Cadogan. Which I'm sure I'm saying wrong, guys. Percy begins following Harry around, and McGonagall informs Harry that Black has been after him, which he already knows, of course. She tries to get Harry to stop going to Quidditch practice, but he protests, and she finally agrees to allow him to attend as long as it has teacher supervision. Madame Hooch, in fact. The Quidditch team faces a setback when they learn that they'll be playing Hufflepuff rather than Slytherin in their first match of the year. Malfoy claims that his arm is still busted and that he can't play. It's the day before the match and Harry is late to Defense Against the Dark Arts due to Oliver Wood, who relays him in the hall with last-minute Quidditch advice. Unfortunately for Harry, Snape is the substitute teacher for the day. Snape proceeds to infuriate the entire class and then assigns them with a crazy essay about werewolves. Ron loses his temper as usual and ends up getting a detention. The day of the match is very stormy and windy. Quidditch is so hardcore that they play in any weather. Harry's day gets off to a crappy start too when Peeves wakes him at the crack of dawn. The team is nervous and miserable in the rain. The game begins and Harry can't see an account of all the rain in his glasses, but Hermione puts a water-repelling spell on them during a timeout. The game is intense, and Harry and Cedric Diggory, of course, spies the snitch at the same time. But as Harry goes to grab it, he feels cold and starts hearing his mother's murder again. He starts to fall and black out. When Harry comes to, he's in the infirmary, surrounded by his friends and teammates. He learns that the Dementors crashed the game and caused him to pass out again. Dumbledore saved Harry and ran the Dementors off. Gryffindor lost the game as Cedric Diggory grabbed the snitch before he realised Harry had fallen. And it gets worse. Harry's broom flew off into the Whomping Willow, which ate it for lunch. Oh, I forgot to mention, the movie version of the conversation with Lupin between Harry. Very different in the movie, guys. It actually takes part on the long wooden bridge. I can't remember what that thing's called, but it takes place there. It's certainly less focused, but the dialogue in the movie is great. In fact, it's one of the nicest scenes in the entire movie, guys, where Lupin is talking about Lily. It's blooming sweet as hell, and James, in fact. We don't get any of that here. Now, I presume that will pay off later on. Like, maybe we'll get a bit more of that, obviously, when we find out more about Lupin in the book. But that scene in the movie was so sweet. And so that is definitely an example of the movie doing something right. That being said, the scene is a lot shorter, and obviously we don't have the stuff with Snape in or anything like that, and Lupin seems a little less... Book Lupin is definitely quite a... I don't know how to put it, but he's quite a funny character, and the scene on the movie is very down. But it's still awesome, though. I thought the movie scene is brilliant. I thought I'd just mention that because I'd forgotten to mention that in my notes. But yes, the movie scene is a very good scene and very differently focused. The fact that we're hearing about Lily at all. It's the first that Harry's ever heard anything good about his parents from from someone who would have been their, their peer. Is that the right term? I'm not sure. Anyway, let's get on with this chapter. So, all students are led off to the Great Hall. Percy... Oh, no, hang on. Did I do? Yes, I did. Percy seemed to be quite proud. He doesn't seem to be worried at all. I was thinking that was a bit odd because he seemed so worried in chamber. But, of course, that was because of Penelope. That's the right name, isn't it? And so it's a bit different situation here. So, Percy almost seems to be enjoying doing all this. Dumbledore magics up some purple sleeping bags. Well, not some, a lot of purple sleeping bags for all the students to sleep in. We hear about Hogwarts history. Hermione says how the walls actually have a special spell on them to stop stealth invaders from coming in, and so if you were to be entering the castle, because obviously Harry has the cloak, but it's a bit different, So if you're using a spell to hide yourself and invade the castle, then there would at least be an alarm, or maybe the spell just simply wouldn't work, just because of the enchantments that have been put on Hogwarts as a building itself, which makes a lot of sense. 3 a.m. Dumbledore comes back in, having done one of the searches and everything. Oh yes, we'll get to that. Percy's been telling all the students off for talking and telling them to go to sleep and everything. Obviously, how are you meant to get students to go to sleep in this sort of situation? I have no idea. When Dumbledore comes in, he says everything's under control, sir. Obviously, being very, very Percy-esque. We hear about the Gryffindor temporary guardian. We hear that there needs to be one at least. And that Black didn't know the password, and so that's why the fat lady didn't let him in. If that was Black, because I'm still a little bit confused about that he would have known that he would need a password, and so that is quite odd. Yeah, about if it actually was Black trying to get into it, I am still a little bit confused, because obviously in the movie it's the fat lady. No, because at this point they found the fat lady. Cause she's on a map somewhere else in the book I'm talking about here. And so yeah, Black would have known that he would need a password to get in. Either way, Filch has been searching the dungeons. On the movie, it's actually Snape who searched the dungeons, but obviously, everyone's gone off to do the different areas just to search it all, and Filch has been searching the dungeons. I did question that would it be really that useful for a squib to be searching the corridors, because obviously, the wizards and witches are able to use spells to maybe Revelio and stuff like that to try and see if anything untoward is happening, whereas Filch can't do any of that. I did write down here that maybe the dungeons are special. The fact that Filch is doing the dungeons could be on purpose, because you'd imagine the place which would have the thickest spells or charms on its walls would be the dungeons. So maybe because of that, it's actually one of the most secure places, if not the most secure place in the castle. And so maybe that's why it's okay to Filch when searching. I just thought I'd mention that little detail anyway. I feel like the movie did a very good take on the scene with Dumbledore and Snape discussing, and obviously Snape hinting, I do have a theory about getting in here on his own and all this sort of stuff, trying to twist the knife and everything for Lupin. I feel like the movie did a very good job in that, even though it's very, very short. We hear that Dumbledore is going to go and give the Dementors an update. And this is all stuff, guys, where I really had the wrong end of the sticks when it came to the Dementors. Because I thought they were basically creatures which have very, very basic tasks to do, and they do them. Whereas there's actual communication going on here. Maybe because Dumbledore's Dumbledore and he's able to communicate to them. But he's actually going to give the Dementors an update. It makes the Dementors seem more human than I would have actually envisaged, and so it's very interesting to hear that. Percy actually asks if the Dementors want to help and everything, and Dumbledore says yes, they do want to help, but that Dumbledore will not allow them to enter the castle, and Percy actually feels a little bit embarrassed having asked that question at that point. So, yeah, the fact that the Dementors are like having a go at Dumbledore, saying, "Hey, let us in, and we'll go and find them." You know, it's very interesting. Very interesting. So rolling on, I think it's like a few days later. There's lots of rumors about Black and theories about Black and everything. We hear about Hannah, obviously fellow Hufflepuff, saying that Black could have turned into a flowering shrub, which is one theory, I guess. Only one theory. We hear that Cadogan has replaced the fat lady, guys, which is so awesome. I love Cadogan, guys. I do feel like I'm saying his name wrong, but it's so awesome that he's replaced him. Apparently, I think the fat lady actually chose the passwords, you know, because apparently Cadogan keeps on changing the passwords like twice daily, and so you know, no one knows how to get into Gryffindor Tower because of that. One comment I got recently, guys, apparently the movie Sir Cadogan, who obviously we only see in the background, I had no idea. Apparently that's Paul Whitehouse, which if you're from the UK, guys, that's awesome that Paul Whitehouse is in Harry Potter. I had no blooming idea, guys. Paul Whitehouse, at least for me, is best known for like doing sketch show stuff and everything. He has done other things. At the moment, he's doing something with Bob Mortimer, who Bob Mortimer is like just like a... He's always been great, Bob Mortimer, but in the last few years, he's become known over the world for being awesome just because of like, you know, YouTube clips and everything like that. He's absolutely hilarious. And he does this, like this show with Paul Whitehouse, who plays Cadogan. Where it's a very relaxing show where they just go around fishing and talking, but they're both incredibly funny and very good friends, and so it's very entertaining. But yeah, I know him best for sketch shows like the Fast Show is the big one which I know him from. He is in a movie called The Death of Stalin, which is very good, guys. It's a comedy, but it also gets very, very dark, and so I can't advise it to everyone, but it's like a parody of what kind of a parody, I guess. It's basically the story of, you know, what happened just after Stalin's death, but done in a very satirical way. It is very funny as well, and Paul Whitehouse is one of the characters in it, but I would warn you, if you're going to watch it, it does get pretty brutal in places. But if you're okay with that, I do recommend Death of Stalin. It's good. And everyone on it has either like an American or an English accent. And so and that's not explained away at any point. They just do, you know. In fact, at one point, one of the American actors like says, "You can kiss my Russian ass." Which is amazing. Anyway, if you want to go see Death of Stalin, do. I really like it, but it certainly is not for anyone. I can't put over enough that some scenes in it are pretty brutal, so I'm just putting it out there. But Paul Whitehouse is in that. I had no idea that Paul Whitehouse is in this, guys, and that's, even though it's just in the background, that's so cool. The fact that he got to be a part of Harry Potter, that made me happy when I found that out. I don't want to give too much away from Hogwarts Legacy, but Sir Cadogan is in Hogwarts Legacy in a fashion, which made me very happy when I found him. Very happy. Anyway, so yeah, I reckon it's up to the paintings to choose the passwords, because apparently Sir Cadogan is changing the passwords like several times a day. All the other paintings are afraid of Black, though, and so that's why Cadogan's in charge, because no one else wants to be, you know, no one else wants to be next, you know, after what happened to the fat lady. McGonagall actually like goes to tell Harry that Black is after him. It's got to the point where she just feels like he has to know, but of course he already knows. I'm actually quite amazed that McGonagall would he worked out at this point, but yes, obviously he knows. She does say that he shouldn't be going to Quidditch practice anymore because it's too dangerous to go outside the castle. But Harry does plead with her, and McGonagall does say, okay, as long as you're supervised by a teacher, it's fine. And she basically assigns Madame Hooch to be there. She is like the flying teacher, isn't she? So I guess she only really deals with first years generally. Not sure. Yeah, so obviously the weather is getting horrendous, and oh no, I've jumped forward a bit. So yes, Flint has informed Wood that Gryffindor will actually be playing Hufflepuff instead. Flint mentions that their Seeker's arm is still injured. It took me a while to actually remember, of course, that's Draco, isn't it? It actually did take me a little bit of a second to connect that. And like Woods is like saying how unfair it is that they're playing Hufflepuff, even though Hufflepuff didn't know they were playing Gryffindor, and presumably Gryffindor knew what day it was going to be on, but Hufflepuff have actually been brought forward, and so anyway, everything's got to be unfair for Gryffindor, of course. And anyway, Wood mentions their Seeker, Cedric Diggory, and as soon as he mentions the name, all the female members of the Gryffindor team start giggling, which is ridiculous. They talk about how strong, silent, and good-looking he is. Fred actually says that he's only silent because he's too thick to string a sentence together, which is a pretty good line, but it's also just, bitterness. I do worry that my bias comes off as a bit aggressive sometimes, guys. I hope it doesn't come off like that. So here we go, where it's like some days later, and Draco's like looking out of the window to this like horrendous weather and everything. He's like saying, "Oh, if only my arm was a bit better," because he's obviously caused his entire shenanigans with Hufflepuff being replacing Slytherin. It's interesting that an injury would stop. That's a good point, because Harry has been horrendously injured in the past, and Gryffindor still had to play. So Draco having a bad arm, stopping Slytherin from playing, that does seem odd, actually. This is the inconsistency. I feel like the Quidditch stuff has some inconsistencies around it, guys, but we'll get into it anyway. I'm sure I'm wrong, in fact, so just correct me in the comments, as always. Woods is basically force-feeding Harry tactics and everything, and causes him to be actually late for the Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson. He's shouting to him down the corridor, "Cedric has a very strong swerve, so you may want to try loop him." Interesting. I'm guessing that means that Cedric's blocking of Harry, the way that Harry would be able to get around that is looping around underneath him, maybe? I'm trying to visualize what that tip actually meant. Maybe that's what it meant. Yes, so Snape is replacing Lupin for the lesson. Gotta say, movie version really didn't put over Snape's unprofessionalism here at all. In fact, in the movie, he actually doesn't tell off Draco, but he basically tells him to pipe down, basically, which is obviously something which wouldn't happen in the book, at least from what we've seen. It says 10 points from Gryffindor for Harry to be late. I think that's actually kind of okay, especially in the circumstances. Because obviously, what's happening around the castle and everything, Harry being late to class is not exactly ideal. I feel like I've missed some of my notes here. Because Harry's basically getting ghosted by, like, teachers are like, teachers are like finding excuses to walk alongside him down corridors and everything, and Percy is straight up basically stalking Harry. Harry actually reckons that it's actually Molly that's told him to do it rather than any teachers, or Percy just doing it off his own back, which I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't think it's Molly. That seems a bit... Yeah, I don't know. My theory would be that Percy's just doing it off his own back. Personally. I mean, we know he likes Harry. He definitely likes Harry. He's trying to help him out many times. So, Snape informs, because Harry's like asking where's Lupin and everything, and Snape says he's not feeling well enough to teach today. And like apparently has a twisted smile. Again, I don't know if that's inside Harry's head or not, but I think that like Harry then protests again and asks more questions, and Snape says 5 points from Gryffindor, which again is fair enough because he's late to the class and he's not sitting down. He's asking it, and then Snape says it will be 50 next time. I'm not going out. No, I'm not saying all this because I'm trying to defend Snape completely here, because he is absolutely unprofessional in something that we will be coming up to in just one moment. So Hermione tells Snape what they've been learning recently and everything, and Snape like criticizes Lupin's organizational skills. Think what you will about Snape as a character, guys. You can't be criticizing other professors in class. Now, I did say earlier on how, now I think about it, Lupin allowing Neville to have Snape as his boggart doesn't sit right with me either. Sure, it empowered Neville, particularly in that scene, but it also caused a rumor to be going around around Hogwarts, laughing at Snape as an authority figure. Snape's apparent what's the term? Vindictiveness that followed, notwithstanding and everything. Lupin allowing a teacher to be the boggart. I don't know. It doesn't sit right with me. I wanted to say that because my take here is that Snape is being extremely unprofessional, talking about other professors and mocking their organizational skills and saying what a bad job he is doing. I can't see how you could really defend that. A teacher criticizing another teacher's work in front of students. Dean Thomas says that Lupin is the best defense against the dark arts teacher that they've ever had. Gotta say, that's not really a very high bar when you think about it. Professor Quirrell and Gilderoy Lockhart are the only two that they've had. So saying, I'd say that Snape is also better than those two as well, and so it's not really a very high bar that Dean is saying there. But again, Snape is very, very condescending to them, saying, "Oh, you must have very low standards," or something like that. It really is unprofessional for a professor to be mocking or heavily criticizing. Mocking may not be the right term, but he is heavily criticizing another professor's work, and you cannot do that in a classroom, guys. Hermione says that they're not meant to be covering werewolves yet because Snape says, okay, you're still working on the little stuff. Let's get to the good stuff, the important stuff like werewolves and everything. Which obviously we know later on why that is the case. Hermione says that they're nowhere near to covering that. They're actually on Hinky Punks, which I did look up. It's like a little wisp dude. And Professor Snape obviously just ignores that and goes on with the werewolves and asks what the difference is between a werewolf and a true wolf, which is different because in the movie he asks about people that can willingly turn into a wolf, whereas a werewolf it's against their control. And asks, what the difference is between a werewolf and a true wolf. Hermione has her hand up, but Snape is just completely ignoring him and says, "Oh, what? None of you know?" That line is in the movie, but Snape's actually just not looking at Hermione at the time. Whereas here, he knows that Hermione's hand's up, and he's just completely ignoring her. Again, not great teaching, guys. There have definitely been times in the past when I was at school where if someone is answering all the questions, then the next question will be, apart from this person, can anyone ask? And that's actually perfectly fine, because that's allowing other people a chance to have a go, That's not what Snape's doing. Snape is saying that no one knows the answer to the question, and yet he's not accepting an answer from one of the students, or allowing them to speak at this point. Pravati is clearly annoyed at the whole situation and says that they're not supposed to be doing werewolves yet. The whole class seems so empowered here, which I thought was awesome. I really like this, guys, and I wonder why that is. It could be two things. One, it's not in Snape's usual class, and it's not Snape's usual subject, and it's not in Snape's usual dungeon. And also Slithering aren't there as well. So it could be several different reasons why they seem to be so empowered. Or it also could be because Lupin's great work up to this point, empowering the students, maybe not teaching them as fast as Snape apparently would want them to be. Which I'm not sure if that's actually the case, or Snape's just being bitter and condescending towards Lupin's teaching practices because of past traumas, which obviously as a human being I completely understand. I think that might be what's going on here with Snape, the fact that he's doing this because he feels this way about Snape rather than actually criticising what Lupin is doing, neither of which is cool in a classroom, guys. Again, what Lupin allowed with Neville and the Boggart, I now think was not that cool either. But the fact that the class is so empowered and feeling able to speak up to Snape, I wonder if that is because they are in the Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson. It's their safe space, is where they feel this empowerment. Where maybe they don't feel that in potions. And so they're all being very vocal. Sure, it's not great to be talking to professors like this either. But it's very interesting the fact that Dean is talking, Pavati's talking. Yeah, normally it'd be Ron and Harry saying stuff and then them getting 50 points from Gryffindor taken off. But the fact that it's Pavati and Dean, I really like that. It's why they are feeling up to doing it. I want to know your theories in that, guys, because I think that could be for many reasons. Like I say, not Snape's classroom, not Snape's usual lesson, no Slytherins there either. The fact that they're in Lupin's class where they have been given this empowerment beforehand, maybe that is the reason why they feel that they are confident enough to call out Snape's contradictions. Because even if you agree with what Snape is doing, you've got to admit there are contradictions here, in my opinion. So that I found very interesting. And Hermione still got her hands up and everything, trying to answer the question and everything. And like, I'm not sure if Ron's the first person to say it, but Ron is saying why are you not taking Hermione's answer? She's trying to answer the question that you are asking, and says, why ask if you don't want to be told? And obviously that is not a great thing, and that is like the final straw. That is when the class's confidence then drops down, when Snape naturally gives Ron a detention. So all that confidence and that empowerment is just drained from the room then. It's very interesting, very interesting. And Snape says, if I hear you criticise my teaching again, you will be very sorry indeed. And gives them homework on how to defeat and kill werewolves. So after Snape criticising Lupin's teachings, then gives a student, to be fair, a detention for basically doing what he was doing. It's very interesting seeing, guys, the fact that it's Pavati and Dean that are talking up to Snape. So interesting. So interesting. And like I say, once Ron is given that detention, the whole room is just then completely, without any confidence at all. So yeah, Harry and Hermione leave class without Ron, because Ron has to stay around to be given the information that, about his detention. Has Snape never been like this to other Defense Against the Arts teachers? Yeah, I'm not sure if this is something that they discuss or it's a note which I've made. The fact that this is the first time we've ever heard Snape criticising a Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. I think it may be Ron and Hermione talking about that. Sorry, I haven't actually got that down in my notes. But it's true, though. But we really haven't been given the opportunity for him to criticise them before, though, have we? Ron then catches up with them, and it says that Ron calls Snape something that makes Hermione go, Ron! Like that. So I can imagine what it was that he said, but I can't imagine. It's not something that could have been written in the text. So it's obviously a very rude term. Ruder than Git. And Ron has to now clean the hospital wing's bedpans without magic, which is a pretty bad punishment, to be fair. That's pretty brutal. So yes, it's the day of the game, and like Peeves is like, I think, blowing wind into Harry's ear and like wakes him up. So Harry's like completely exhausted and everything. It does feel like we're building up to these, we're getting all the excuses in our line. The fact he's wearing glasses, the fact that apparently Cedric being larger gives him an advantage in the rain or something. We're getting all our excuses in the row. But yes, Peeves woke Harry up super early. I think it's like 4 a.m. or something like that. So yeah, we're actually to the game now. Now the students actually are using actual umbrellas. Obviously, in the movie we had that one umbrella which is going crazy in the air and everything. That's very interesting, guys, because in Fantastic Beasts we get Queenie, who has her wand, and she makes like this lovely little magical umbrella come out. I thought that was so cool, and I do wonder why they wouldn't do that here. Because a magical umbrella is not going to get blown around, is it? It's certainly safer than an actual umbrella, especially with lightning going around and anything. But then again, loads of students are getting struck by lightning during the movie Quidditch match in a way. But yeah, using actual umbrellas rather than magic. Or like usually like a force field sort of magic, you know, that would also help. But I think that they're able to get dried off very quickly anyway, because, you know, in the scene in the infirmary, in the hospital wing, I should say, they're all completely dry, so I think they can use magic to dry themselves. The game conditions are horrendous, though. They really, really are. So the game is underway. I've got that. I mean, you know, it's about the the moves and everything like that. But after a while, would cause a timeout. Gryffindor are already up on Hufflepuff by 50 points. Harry's like having real trouble seeing through his glasses, obviously getting all the excuses in a row. Hermione puts a spell on his glasses to repel the water. And then we get the moment, guys, where it's not like going straight up in the air. Obviously in the movie we have the other Seeker, getting struck by lightning, which is just anyway. But Harry gets distracted, obviously, by the black dog that he sees in the sky. I wasn't sure if that was going to be in the book, because that does seem, in the movie it never really explains why that would be happening. My theory would be that maybe it's Trelawney's mentioning of the black dogs and the book that he saw in the bookstore and everything, and so he's just starting to see black dogs where there are not. Because it's only there for a moment, and I think he blinks or something, and then it's just gone straight away. And so I think that is just purely his imagination. Whereas in the movie, it's a lot more Lion King. The wolf head is actually there, you know. But yeah, no, it is in the book though. Then Harry hears Wood calling to him, and Harry looks down, and Cedric's right on the snitch about to get to an everything, and Harry ducks down to try and get to Cedric as fast as possible, obviously not being that close to him at this specific point. And then all of a sudden the sound goes, and he starts to feel different, starts to hear the screaming and everything, and looks down, and there's around 100 Dementors standing below Harry. The fact that they're standing is so interesting, guys, because if they're standing, that would mean that they've got legs. And that is certainly, obviously not in the movie, that's not how they're represented, but the fact it says standing is very interesting. That was interesting to me anyway. But yeah, they're below him. It's so cool that we actually get an excuse for why they're there as well. Because I think that the implication in the movie is that Harry is or the snitch at least, has gone off course a bit, but we'll get to that. It's actually explained why the Dementors are actually there, which is very interesting. So then Harry starts to hear the screaming and everything, and the screaming saying, "Not Harry, kill me instead." I've got a stupid note here, which I then corrected myself. I said, surely Voldemort would be killing them both anyway. So Lily saying, "kill me instead," is kind of redundant. But Voldemort is there for Harry, though. Because, the boy born on the certain day and everything. So yeah, that was a stupid note of mine. And so obviously what happens, Harry passes out, and Gryffindor lose to Hufflepuff. Oh, hell yeah! The Gryffindor pukes get knocked about! Big L for Gryffindor, take that one! Damn glasses! Those Gryffindor pukes never stood a chance, oh no! Never will the slithering schmucks or the Ravenclaw rejects! Hell no! Oliver Woods, last year at Hogwarts, Oliver would have won if he wasn't so awful! Fred and George, who? I got a good joke for you two boys! Your beater ability! Katie Bell, more like Katie, hell no chance of winning! And then of course we got the ultimate puked Harry Potter, the ultimate puke. with his friends Ron Winless and Hermione Stranger to victory, all getting the L today from the Hufflepuffs. Hufflepuffs are all about the respect and the kindness and the loyalty, but not today. Not after the complete destruction. I'm so excited my glasses just fell off and switched off my recording software. Hufflepuff told to play against Gryffindor earlier than expected in the worst weather conditions, and they defeated the legendary Harry Potter. I'm tired of being humble. Hufflepuff are the greatest team in the league. In fact, we should be going to the World Cup and knocking around Ireland and the other team. It was Bulgaria, wasn't it? Or was it Bosnia? I can't even remember. They're nothing to me. They will do nothing to Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff will rule the world. Even Pickfards are going to go there and destroy their anti-gravity Quidditch teams. Oh, hell yeah! This face paint cost me 13 quid! 13 quid! So it's very interesting, because the way it was written, obviously we didn't see Harry falling from his broom or anything. But from the way the book's written, it didn't even seem like Dumbledore actually saved him. He did, though, and it's actually very different what happened. But obviously, Harry blacked out before it even happened. It's only 50 feet, which is still bad, obviously. But 50 feet, I'm trying to think. Wood's falling off his broom in the first Philosopher's Stone. That could have been that far away from 50 feet. No, maybe not. I'm not sure how high the goal's up. But 50 feet is certainly not as much as how it was in the movie. Because obviously in the movie, Harry's just going straight up in the air. Which obviously, you know, more dramatic and everything like that. But Harry is actually on a downward trajectory when he actually gets hit. One of the first things Harry wakes up in hospital and everything, and he's obviously like confused and everything. In the movie, he has the smug line where he like mocks Ron, like saying I can't remember what he says, but basically, the first thing he says after waking up from being comatose is "I'm gonna go at Ron." Oh man, I can't remember what he says. Doesn't matter. But yeah, one of the first things he says is there going to be a replay, which is a strange thing to say, guys, because why would there be? And why would Hufflepuff even allow that? We know that this game is a rough game, guys. We had Draco breaking his arm last time. We had blooming Harry's arm all wobbly. Last movie, a book, I should say. Like I say, we had Wood getting knocked out at least, and I think it did happen in the book as well, in the movie where he got knocked out from Flint. Why the hell would there be a replay? Is that Harry feeling privileged there? The fact that it's him, you'd expect that they should be doing a replay? Is that me being unfair? I mean, I'm not a very biased person, as you can probably tell. But it's odd that he would even expect there to be. And Fred and George say, no, they won fair and square. In fact, they say that Cedric caught the snitch just after Harry fell off his broom. Which means that Hufflepuff would have won anyway. They say that he only noticed after catching the snitch and then looked around and then saw what happened. So it happened just at the same time. So Hufflepuff had the game won. So the idea that there would be a replay would... Maybe it's Harry being childish. Like not accepting a loss. Maybe that is it, in fact. Because, the way it's written, he doesn't usually have to worry about losses. In Quidditch. And yeah, so one of Fred and George says, well, no, they won fair and square, and so that's it. Fred says that Woods is in the shower. He says that we think that he's trying to drown himself, which is horrible. Poor Wood. This is the first time that we've ever, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, in the books or in the movie, this is the first time we've ever heard about the league point system. Which is so convenient, isn't it? So convenient that the first time we ever hear about the point system is when it affects Gryffindor the most. The fact that how much you lose by is very significant going into the next games. I'm still not 100% sure how many games there are Hogwarts, guys, because I think that some people were telling me that it's a knockout system. It's obviously not a knockout system this time, because Harry was literally knocked out, but they still have hopes of being in there as long as Ravenclaw significantly beat Hufflepuff. First time we've ever heard about it, and it just so happens to be when it's Harry and Hufflepuff. Yeah, Gryffindor. A win's a win, quite frankly. So that would mean that winning fast would actually winning. It depends how many games there are, guys, because I'm still confused. I thought there were either 3 or many, I should say. So like the person at the top of the league, so there isn't a final. You know what I mean? Because this is the first time that Harry has ever been on a team that lost. Which again is the aspect of these books which I don't really appreciate, but you know, that might be team bias. But I don't know. It just seems weird that you'd have like this. He never loses a game and all this sort of stuff, you know. Yeah, in the movie version, I thought it was just a Hufflepuff in the background, getting looked after by Pomfrey. I think that like they're trying to get the broom out of his hand, I presume because he's struck by lightning. There's also a Gryffindor who was struck by lightning in the bed next to Harry as well. Yeah, what I say about winning fast being a disadvantage, obviously that means, I know, winning because you get 150 points then. But even then, if your first game is against a team that you know you're most likely going to beat, then you want to keep the Seeker away from the Snitch for as long as possible, like blocking him and all this sort of stuff. Just so you can rack up as many points, so the points will be more significant later on. Again, it's the first time I've heard of points. Maybe it has been brought up before, but you know, I probably missed that. We hear that Dumbledore was actually furious at the Dementors, and I would have loved to see this in the movie. He actually goes storming over to the Dementors and like chases them off, like firing like silver stuff. I think that Ron refers to it as at them, but we'll get more into that in a moment and why the Dementors were there, because I'm really glad that was explained. But we will get to that in the next chapter, the Marauders Map, chapter 10. So when I do these, guys, I watch the movie scenes back just before I start going through my notes. It's amazing how short this bit is in the movie. It really is. It's very, very brief. This chapter, I should say. But let's get into Max's... Oh, I ain't changed the image. I knew I'd forget. So, final thank you to Jonas for these wonderful side panels, and Max for these summaries, which they both save me so much time. Thank you guys so much. Chapter 10, the Marauders Map. Harry stays in hospital for the rest of the week and gets lots of visitors, but he can't stop thinking about hearing his mother's murder. Thankfully, Lupin returns to class and assures everyone that they don't need to do Snape's unfair werewolf essay. Lupin pulls Harry aside to discuss the Quidditch match. Harry tells Lupin everything, what happened with the Dementors, and that he's really worried about them. Lupin tells Harry that he can teach him a way to fight them after the holidays. Christmas approaches, and it's time for another trip to Hogsmeade. Yes. Harry resigns himself to a boring Saturday, but he's yanked aside by Fred and George. The twins let Harry in on their greatest secret, the Marauders Map. They found the map in their first year and discovered that it lists all the secret passages in and out of the school. Plus, the map shows everyone inside the castle, making it easy to monitor things and to skirt professors. Harry is amazed, as we all are. I am recording, yes. The twins show him a passage that leads directly to Hogsmeade and wishes him good luck. Harry sets off and manages to successfully sneak into Honeydukes. Ron and Hermione are thrilled to see their friend. Well, Hermione is worried about all the rule breaking at first, but she comes around. The three head over to the Three Broomsticks for some butterbeer, but then a group of adults trope in, consisting of McGonagall, Hagrid, Flitwick, and Fudge. My goodness. Harry ducks under the table, and the trio have to sit and wait for the grown-ups to leave. Madame Rose Murta, the manager of the Three Broomsticks, joins the adults for a drink, and they all discuss the Sirius Black situation. And boy, do they talk about it. They really do in the book. My goodness, we will discuss that in a moment. He recalls that Black was at the Potter's house after Voldemort was there. I've just jumped forward a bit. I apologise. Harry and Hermione learn all about what Sirius Black did. He was a traitor who murdered 13 people, but Black was also James Potter's PFF in school and was Harry's godfather. Black betrayed the Potters to Voldemort. He was also their best man at Lily and James's wedding as well. Hagrid is enraged when he recalls that Black was at the Potter's house after Voldemort was there. Black tried to take Harry, but Hagrid insisted Dumbledore wanted Harry to go live with the Dursleys. Black gave Hagrid his flying motorcycle to use and then left, only to encounter Peter Pettigrew at a later date. Peter chased after Sirius in a grief-stricken rage, and Black killed Peter. Black apparently just laughed as he was hauled off to Azkaban, and years later Fudge was astonished by how normal Black appeared in jail. Harry, Ron, and Hermione are completely stunned by and horrified to learn all of this. So again, thank you so much, Max, and thank you so much, Jonas, for the side panels. So let's get through my notes for this one. Like I say, the movie version is so short. It's so short, but you know, it does what it needed to do. So yes, Harry has spent a week in the infirmary, and Pomfrey wants to throw away his Nimbus 2000, but Harry just, very sentimentally is keeping hold of it. Ginny actually made him a get well card, which keeps singing whenever you open the card. Ron and Hermione are staying there like all day, every day before nightfall when they're turfed out by Pomfrey, which is awesome, guys. That's so cool. Ron and Hermione, that's what I'm talking about. Ron and Hermione are actually awesome when you think about it. It's not so much what they're doing and saying, but it's the subtleties of they were at each other. Hermione felt very bad about Crookshanks. In fact, it was in my notes actually. I forgot to mention it, that she did actually ask after Crookshanks ask after Scabbers to Ron, who basically brushed her off. But then they realise that Harry is feeling down about his exclusion from Hogsmeade, and so they just get back together. And now they're spending all day, every day with each other. It's awesome, really cool. Oliver does pluck up the courage to visit with the rest of the team, and it says that with a very hollow and dead voice, it said it's not his fault, it's not Harry's fault, which kind of suggests that he thinks that it is Harry's fault, which is amazing. Harry connecting near-death events to seeing the Grim. Oh yes, because that's not a thing, is it? It's very interesting that Harry is thinking about the Grim and all that's going on and everything, and in his head thinks whenever he sees a Grim, he nearly dies. Like with the night bus. I don't remember it particularly being that close to running him down exactly, but also then seeing the shadow in the sky and then falling off his broom because of the Dementors. But he's not dying though. This is what Hermione would probably be saying to him if he was actually telling them this. You see the Grim before you die, not before you nearly die. And so this is what Hermione would be saying to him. It's very cool. Hermione was so onto something with Binky the Rabbit. Still bad timing for her to go so all in on talking about, you know, Trelawney's prophecy not actually being that set in stone, you know. But even Harry is letting his mind... I think it was the bookstore owner, wasn't it? Who said, you don't want to get something like that because it'll just be playing with your mind. This is exactly what's happening with Harry. I think that was Harry, the bookkeeper, who said that. When Harry saw the book with the Grim on the cover. And now he's actually doing it. Draco's no longer wearing his bandage, and he's like, obviously, again, mocking Harry, which is basically all he's done in this book so far, guys. It really is. The only thing he's done has been mocking Harry all the time. He does it in potions class, and Ron throws a crocodile heart at him. 50 points from Gryffindor for that one. You gotta... This isn't me. No, Snape's not in the wrong here. Ron threw a freaking crocodile heart at Draco. You could say that Snape's wrong for allowing Draco to mock Harry, but there's no confirmation here that Snape saw it. So, 50 points from Gryffindor for throwing an animal's heart at someone seems quite fair to me, quite frankly. And also, Ron's a very passionate guy, and he acts on, you know, instinct and reacts. You know, he reacts to situations. At some point, he has to think maybe it's best not to do this in potions. Wait until after class and then do something, but then and now I don't know what I'm even, you know. What's the term? Come on, Veggie, I always get this term. Condoning. There, I don't know what I'm condoning there, but. You're doing it in the potions class, guys. You know you're going to be losing points, you know? It's like, I remember watching a documentary about... This is how exciting my life is. I remember watching a documentary about a car park, which was renowned, like a privately owned car park in the middle of a town in the UK, which was renowned for giving out tickets for any rules that are breaking. So, like, if one of your wheel is, like, just outside your bay's lines, then you'll be getting a fine and stuff like that, which seemed a bit draconian. I get the impression that from the documentary we were really meant to be against their draconian rules. I gotta say, I wasn't at the end of it, I got to admit. But there's one bit where, like, there's this one woman who's, like, been given a ticket, and she's like saying, well, what rules? You don't show the rules anyway. Where are these rules? And like, there's basically signs with the rules on all around her when she's saying it. And then she's like having to go at the attendant. Who's not his car park. It's not his fault. It's literally his job to put a sticker on people's cars. And she's like going, you're renowned for this. You're renowned for giving out tickets. And my head just thought, why are you there then? If they're renowned for giving out tickets, why are you there, one? And if you are there, why are you then breaking the rules? You know that they're around for it. Anyway, so that's my little thing with Ron. You know by this point that Snape is going to take away points for anything. So don't be throwing coconuts? Crocodile hearts around. I didn't have it in my notes here, guys, but Hermione was actually in tears when she finally did say about the werewolves and everything, and Snape then deducted points for talking out of turn yet again. Again, movie Hermione at this point, that ain't gonna be the case. Then again, we never really get anything between Hermione and Snape. In the Defense Against Dark Arts class, there was the bit where Hermione's like saying, do you get off by being a know-it-all or something, which is a bit of a ridiculous thing for a professor to say. That's not in the book. That is a ridiculous thing for a professor to say. But yeah, Hermione being in tears. I mean, probably could have happened in Chamber movie Hermione, but definitely Prince of Azkaban Hermione is very different. Like I say, she seems to be more mature. I don't know if that's really the right term. But that's not a criticism, though. I feel like I've ranted about movie Hermione too much in these book reviews, quite frankly, guys, because I still really like her. Granted, she's not top tier for me when it comes to my fit. By the end of it, she is. But by the end of the entire story, Ron, Hermione, and Harry are absolutely top tier for me. At this point in the movies, she's not really top tier for me. This point in the book, she's absolutely top tier. I mean, she won my Philosopher's Stone favourite character, after all. I wonder who my favourite character from Prison of Azkaban is going to be. At this point, who would you say it's going to be? Oh, it's Lupin, isn't it? It's definitely Lupin. Definitely Lupin at this point. But we shall see if that changes, guys. It may very well change. Anyway, I got very sidetracked there. Yes, 50 points from Gryffindor. Lupin's back as the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Students basically rat on Snape and like tell him everything that he's done and everything. They mentioned werewolves to him, which is very interesting. Would have liked to see his face when they said that to him. Lupin says that he will speak to Snape about the matter, and that there's no need to do the essay. And by the way, when he says no need to do the essay, he's like, "Oh no, I've already done it." give her those those points back that she lost in the previous class. That would have been nice. Lesson, I should say. Yeah, I want to be a fly on the wall in that scene when Lupin goes to Snape saying, "Oh, you're teaching about werewolves, are you?" Oh man, but what would Lupin's reaction to that be? Would it be, okay, I know you're worried, because he's not going to be saying, "Why are you teaching about werewolves?" Because Snape's looking out for him, guys. He's looking out for him. Great character, Snape. Great character. Anyway, we have the Hinky Punk lesson. A little lantern. Very similar to mermaids, where apparently you see the light and then you follow it and then you fall into a pond and yeah, something. So yeah, quite similar to mermaids. The Whomping Willow was planted the same year that Lupin started at Hogwarts. Isn't that is very interesting. Because I think that in my Chamber of Secrets reaction, I said about how the tree was planted there before they were born. I assumed that it went back centuries. In fact, on the Hogwarts Legacy main poster, in fact on the cover I should say, there is a tree there which I thought, maybe that's the Whomping Willow, but nah, the Whomping Willow has only been there since Lupin started at Hogwarts. It's very interesting. And we hear about how students would like dare each other to get closer and closer until Davy Grudgeon nearly lost an eye, and then they were all told not to do that anymore. So yeah, it actually says the Dementors are furious at Dumbledore, which again, man, that is not something which that is not a term which I thought would be possible when it comes to Dementors. But yeah, they're furious at Dumbledore not letting him into the castle so they can do their job or feed, which is an important part which we'll be coming up to. Lupin tells Harry that they are powerful against him because of his previous trauma. That is in the movie as well. I got to admit, when I first watched the movie, I was too busy celebrating to actually pick up on that line, which is terrible. If a Dementor has time, it reduces the victim to only the worst of the memories. Again, that is also in the movie as well. Dementors are getting starved. Yes, now this is the thing. So the Dementors are actually getting quite anxious because they need to feed, obviously, and they're being their prey apparently is inside the castle, and yet so it's obviously extremely frustrating for them, and that is why they were at the Quidditch match. I really like that, guys. I really like that explanation. So I feel like because that explanation was cut for the movie version, they had to have the situation where Harry appeared to be going out of the zone of the Quidditch match, hence why he was so much higher up than he was in the book. But I love that explanation. That's why the Dementors were there, because there's this huge group of people, and it's basically like walking past like a chip shop or something and go, like you're just floating your way towards it, like an old cartoon. So yeah, I thought that's awesome. They're attracted to the crowd. Not specifically Harry, which I think the movie kind of suggests. Obviously, once they're there with the crowd, they're going to go for the best, the best product on the market, which would be Harry, but it would also be blooming Snape. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, you'd imagine that Snape would be quite tasty to them. That's a sentence which I don't think I'd be saying today. Who else? Snape, Luna. Granted, Harry is probably the worst. Well, Luna's is pretty freaking terrible. Because, like, Harry's is like a distant memory, isn't it? Whereas Luna was just, like, right there. Who else? At Hogwarts. Neville. Although I'm not sure how old Neville was when his parents were driven mad. I actually don't know. He must have been pretty young, actually. Yeah. Food for thought, literally. Literally. That's actually quite funny. Sorry. Food for thought. Sorry. But yeah, that is food for thought. That's a very interesting subject. Who else would be tasty to the Dementors? One more person. No. At this point, Veggie, at this point in the story, Snape would absolutely be scrumptious. Luna. Yeah. Let me know who else. Who would you, as a Dementor, like to sample? Anyway. I'm so sidetracked. Black found a way to fight them. Lupin seems to not understand how. Yeah, the way that Lupin says it is that Black found a way to counter the Dementors, and I think that Lupin doesn't feel like it is the Patronus at this point, because or maybe it wasn't the Patronus, but because that's what he was able to utilize to defeat one, but to defeat many, unless your Patronus is obviously particularly strong, which is obviously something which we'll probably be hitting later on. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't think Lupin thinks that he actually did use a Patronus at this point. So he's going to teach Harry a way to defeat singular ones, but only after the holidays, because Lupin is still under the weather. Yes, Harry points out the fact that Lupin was able to defeat the one on the train. I also do speculate that maybe Lupin is lying here as well. The fact that he's to like protect Harry and make sure that Harry doesn't try anything ridiculous or anything. But yeah, maybe anyway. Ravenclaw smash Hufflepuff, which is a stupid line. It's great. It's like, okay, even when Harry loses, doesn't matter. Because he's Harry. Stupid. I've got Cedric here. Harry wins even when he loses. I've written it down there. I don't know why I got Cedric written there. Oh yeah, because we're hearing about how Cedric had like such a massive advantage over Harry. Obviously not in this match though, but you know, that goes outside the remit of Harry has everything against him, but everything always goes his way. I'm specifically talking about Quidditch here. The rest... This is what I'm talking about, guys, where Quidditch, the Quidditch part is a little bit frustrating. I'm not a big sports fan, but I watch NFL. Yeah. And also because I'm a Hufflepuff fan, I basically just had a great victory, literally just ripped away by a line where Ravenclaw apparently smash Hufflepuff. Because it's not enough for them to just defeat them well, that they have to be smashed, because Harry's great. Move on, Veggie. I'm ranting. Sorry, guys. Ron and Hermione want to stay over for Christmas. They both are making excuses, but Harry is pretty certain that they just want to keep Harry company, which is awesome. And also, Hogwarts is an awesome place for Christmas. Although, again, I've got to say, guys, Hermione's parents, you got to feel sorry for them. Actually, you know what? One thing. Now, we'll go into it in Fantastic Beasts, but the ending of Fantastic Beasts, the very last scene of Fantastic Beasts, makes me wonder about Hermione's parents. We'll talk about it in the second part of my Fantastic Beasts series. in the intro. Blah, 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 blah. I am really getting lost here, guys. I'm so sorry. I feel like this is the part of the video where I start to get lost a lot. Ron and Hermione being awesome friends in these chapters. Exactly. They're really being awesome wing people to Harry at this point. Hermione wants to buy some tooth flossing string mints for her parents. I don't know if this point. I think that we have heard at this point in the books that her parents are dentists. I'm pretty sure that we have. Obviously, we only hear that in the movies, like late. I think it's Half-Blood Prince, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is, in fact. But yes, I'm pretty certain we already know about them being a dentist. It's a bit, it's a bit of a busman's holiday though, getting them something to do with dentistry. She's young. It's fine. It's okay. I do judge these children quite hard sometimes. These kids, I should say. Yes, we have the statue of the humpback one-eyed witch. Now, this is something which we saw in Legacy, guys. Again, sorry, it's not really a spoiler, but I was walking around and I saw this statue, and I did Revelio right next to it, and a scroll appeared, and it said about how there is a secret tunnel to Hogsmeade behind this statue. And I've been freaked out. I was like, oh, I just read about that in the book. It's serious. So apparently that statue is also in Philosopher's Stone as well. Apparently you do see that statue in Philosopher's Stone. I think it may have been a bit where I say, is that thing alive or something like that? I need to go back and have a look. But apparently that statue is actually in the first movie. But it's not in Prison of Azkaban. It's just in the courtyard, isn't it? Where Harry gets grabbed by Fred and George. Harry didn't. So Harry isn't trying to sneak to Hogsmeade because even when like Fred and George are like carrying him away in the movie, he's like saying, "I'm trying to get to Hogsmeade," whereas Harry's just like completely accepted the fact that he's okay. I'm not going. Which the fact that they put over Black so much in the book makes sense. Yeah, if they'd put over Black so much in the movie as they did in the book, Harry wanting to go to Hogsmeade. But he does go to Hogsmeade, though, doesn't he? But only with the secret tunnel, though. Because he actually says, Black's not going to know about these secret tunnels. Obviously, the name of this map being a little bit unfortunate, but Harry is like rationalising himself, saying it's okay. Black's not going to know about this. Whereas Harry's just going to just walk straight to Hogsmeade underneath his invisibility cloak. I got to say, guys, because I've watched the movies, in my head was thinking, okay, so he's got the invisibility cloak, but no, he hasn't. He hasn't got the invisibility cloak with him. He literally just goes under the tunnels, and he's having to like duck down to like keep himself hidden. But we're jumping forward a little bit there. So they actually give Harry the map as a Christmas present, which is very, very cool. I mean, he says that he deserves it more, and also it's got to the point where Fred and George just knows. They know where all the paths are. They know each person's walk patterns, and so they kind of know it off by heart, I guess is the best way of putting it. We hear that Fred and George got it in their first year when they were young and innocent, which is amazing. Even Harry's saying, I don't think you're ever young. In his head, thinking, I don't think they were ever innocent. And yeah, they say that they got in trouble with Filch and were taken to his office, and he just straight up stole it. They straight up stole it. Sure, it wasn't Filch, but it was in a drawer, saying, careful, no, a warning, extremely dangerous, keep out. And obviously that's that's basically should be the title of Fred and George's memoir. So they just go in there and just grab it. And obviously Filch, being Filch, wouldn't be able to work out how to utilise the map because he has no magical abilities. And so Fred and George were able to, presumably after a while, work out exactly what you're meant to say to open it up and to utilise all the goods inside. Because Harry does get instructed at one point where it has a little cartoon Harry, a little speech bubble appears. And it says a spell. I think it may even be a Revelio, in fact. And so the map can help the user if it wants to, I presume. Doesn't have a brain. Oh, actually, we get to that, don't we? The whole doesn't have a brain. We'll get to it. Sorry, guys, I'm all over the place. Filch may not. Yeah, so we hear about the secret path under the Whomping Willow, which is interesting because obviously that's will play in later on in the story, but it's very cool that we hear that. And you think about, you know, who made the map. That would have been very convenient. One of Friend George referred to the Marauders as noble men working tirelessly to help a new generation of lawbreakers, which is amazing. Never trust anything. Yes, here we go. So we hear again where Harry like thinks to himself what Arthur had told him, saying regarding, I think, Ginny's diary. I think it was never trust anything you can think. You can think of that can think for itself if you can't see where it keeps its brain. And obviously that is absolutely the case with the Marauders map as well. But Harry's all in. Obviously he's just so starved from you know, joy at this point of going to Hogsmeade. So yes, like I say, it's not just names like it is in the movie, which I think is perfectly good. I do think it is actually little animated characters in the Marauders map walking around, I think. And like little speech bubbles actually giving Harry directions on how to get through the witch statue. And he just heads straight to Honeydukes. He doesn't go and get his invisibility cloak. He just goes straight over to Honeydukes. Also, he wants to get there when Ron and Hermione are there, of course. Awesome description of the sweet shop. Like it's just like countless like different sweets. Harry like does think to himself what Dudley would think of this place if he was here. Yeah, Ron and Hermione are looking at blood-flavored lollipops, which in the movie Neville has like a red lollipop. I wonder if that's meant to be blood-flavored. Maybe. I presume that blood-flavored lollipops would taste of chicken, I would imagine. Hermione says probably the stupidest line here, where he says that she thinks that they are just for vampires. It's blood flavored. It's not actually blood. I think that's a silly line anyway. But she's been so smart in these chapters. I'm not going to hold that against her. And again, Hermione instantly starts to tell Harry off about being there. Ron is like just in awe that Harry managed to get there. Ron is also very annoyed at Fred and George for not giving him the map, which is fair. That's absolutely fair. That is fair. They could have given it to Ron to share with Harry, but then, you know, I think they give Ron such a hard time, it would be kind of out of character. So yeah, they gave it to Harry instead. Hermione thinks Harry will hand the map in. Yeah. Now, in the movie, this line is there where Hermione's like saying, "You're going to hand it into McGonagall, aren't you?" Like in this sort of like, you are going to do that. Or at least in the Stephen Fry version, it's like, no, he's going to hand it into McGonagall, aren't you? So Hermione trusts Harry to do that. But that would be that would be awful. That would get, in fact, it actually says how it would get Fred and George into trouble if they did that, not alone just Harry. And so yeah, and yeah, because Filch would know what had happened. So yeah, not the smartest scene for Hermione anyway. But you know, she's still the what do they call it? Lawful good or whatever it is. Actually, I don't know which slot the people would slot into when it comes to morality. Harry says Black wouldn't be able to get through the other entrances because they're all sealed off and everything, and so he's I feel like he's telling himself that more than anything. Hermione promises not to report him, but is clearly very worried about Harry being out and about like he is. Harry's absolutely not dressed for the snow at all, so he really didn't think. As soon as he got the map, he thought, yes, I can go, and just went. He could have gone back to Gryffindor Tower, but maybe he was worried about the time limits of, you know, of being able to get there whilst Ron and Hermione were there. Or he was just so excited. But yeah, he's absolutely not dressed for snow, and so they head into the Three Broomsticks, and they all go in, guys. Now, this scene here, I can fully understand why they made the decisions that they did regarding the Three Broomsticks, because this scene in a movie would seem quite contrived. I think in the book it's fine, but in the movie, you know, them being right next to a table which is basically filling in the entire backstory of the movie, of the book, I should say. because they go into a lot of detail, a lot of very convenient details. Now, I've been as fine, but they really do, and they're doing it publicly as well. So you really get the impression that when Fudge mentions Black and Harry, he mentions it in the street, and I think it's McGonagall or someone who's like says, "Shh, quiet, let's go inside," and they go to a private room. No Hagrid or Flitwick. It's just McGonagall, Rose Murta and Fudge there, and they are just like filling in the information very quickly, very fast dialogue in that scene in the movie, and it's just like completely filling her in on what the situation is. Whereas here it's a very, very relaxed discussion surrounded by other patrons saying what the gig is. And this is another thing, guys, kids are allowed in the free broomsticks. It's not an adult day like it is in the movie, and so the movie did the right thing. Because portraying this scene would be difficult in the way that it's written. In the book, it's fine, because you can imagine that maybe there aren't that many set tables next to him. But then Hermione just shifts a Christmas tree and plonks it next to them. And they are talking about quite... It's not a secret, sure. But they don't want Harry to know. They know that Harry's not there, but they know that other people are going to be there, don't they? I think the movie made the right choice. But this scene in the book is excellent as well, though. So I'm not taking away from it at all. It's just a lot of very convenient information, you know. But, you know, maybe Dumbledore set it up. He sets up a lot of these sort of things. So yes, they successfully have butterbeer for the first time. It's definitely Harry's first butterbeer, I'm pretty sure. And the teachers and Fudge enter. Ron and Hermione both shove Harry's head under the table like straight away. Like I say, this is just in the bar. This isn't like a secret room or anything. And obviously Harry doesn't have his cloak, and so they just go whoop like Harry, and Harry's like having to crouch down underneath. And Harry and Hermione like makes the Christmas tree like plonk like in front of the table, so they can't be seen. So yes, Hagrid and Flitwick are there as well. We hear about the fact that the Dementors are actually searching the pub and they're actually, you know, scaring customers off, which is, that's the thing, because Rose Murta is basically chastising Fudge in the movie, like saying, hey, she's got a blooming hammer in his face, which is not exactly very kosher. Like saying, what's up with all these Dementors coming here? They're scaring off my custom. And so that's why they have to go and tell Rose Murta exactly what is happening. Give her the full lowdown. Whereas here it's a lot more of a casual thing. They've all got their own different drinks. I think that Hagrid has like 4 pints of mead or something like that. Yes, hearing what drinks they had was actually quite cool. It's quite, you know, fitting to each character. So it's a lot more casual. They're just like, oh, you get a drink as well and join us, and we'll talk about Sirius Black and Harry Potter. So yeah, movie version makes more sense when you're trying to put it into a visual medium, you know. But yeah, either way, Fudge asked Rose Murta who Black's best friend was, like saying, you know who Black's best friend was, and James and Rose Murta's like, oh yeah, of course, like it'll be James. They're like they were inseparable. They all take it in turns on saying how good friends they were, like each of them around the table saying like all the hijinks that you used to get up to and everything. And we hear about how the Potters knew that they were being targeted, and they actually used a spell where it hides them, and the only way of breaking the spell is for the person who has this, who is the secret keeper, to expose that secret. Without them exposing the secret, then apparently you could be like looking through their window at them and still not see that they're there. So that's a very interesting that Black's loyalty. I'm calling him Black. I'm serious when he turns babyface. We'll start calling him serious. Had such power over how secret Lily and James's location were. Making it a magic thing makes it so much more, you know. We hear that Dumbledore had reservations about Black being the secret keeper and actually offered to be the secret keeper himself. You would imagine that's because we know that he probably does trust Black, but knows that others around him aren't as trustworthy, maybe. And so that's probably why Dumbledore offered to be the secret keeper, or maybe he just didn't trust Black. Maybe he didn't trust Black and offered to be the secret keeper because of that. So, because of there being a potential mole in the group. Very convenient. Yeah, Hagrid is furious whilst recounting what happened. He like loudly shouts "filthy, stinking turncoat" about Sirius Black, and says that he was the last. He saw Black just before the murders. He was the last person to see Black before the murders. How Black turned up after Harry's parents' death. You would imagine, knowing what we know, it was probably to try and save James and Lily, but he didn't get there in time. We then hear about how this is how Hagrid got his motorcycle. Sirius, after accepting that Hagrid is going to take Harry, gives it to him. We'll get into more of that in a second. I have got here, surely him having a motorcycle, like a Muggle motorcycle with a charm on it, is bad, because much like Arthur and his car, it's exactly like Arthur and the car, in fact, because it's not a magical motorcycle, is it? It's just a motorcycle which has had a spell put onto it. And so, and also how Sirius would know about motorcycles, because his family they were absolutely a magic family for magic people, weren't they? And so he wouldn't really understand that much about motorcycles. I'm wondering if maybe he learnt it from Lily's parents, because that would probably be... You'd imagine Lily's parents are probably what his go-to when it comes to Muggle information, That's just my little theory there. Hagrid's getting very emotional. And yeah, and Black, well, Hagrid's emotional because, he's very upset about the fact that he actually comforted Black, and he feels massive shame because, in his head, Black then, why Black was there and what Black was about to do, Hagrid actually feels terrible about it. So he's actually getting very emotional in this pub, which is very sad. It's probably the mead as well, quite frankly. And yeah, Black's arguing, saying that he should take Harry, and eventually accepts that Hagrid is taking. Thank goodness. Yeah, thank goodness. Yeah, that Hagrid would take him, and gives him the bike and says that he wouldn't be needing it anymore. It's very interesting. That's how Hagrid planned to get... how did Hagrid plan on getting to Dumbledore in the first place? How did he get there anyway? Did he not evaporate? The fast travel thing. But why wouldn't he have done that with Harry? I don't know. The rules between the quick travel, you know what I mean, in this do confuse me a bit. It would be very convenient if they just used it all the time, but they don't. Obviously, kids are not doing it because it's quite an advanced spell, but like I say, how did Hagrid get there? And was Hagrid then going to just do that to get to Dumbledore, but then he had the motorcycle? I'm not sure. I feel like this sort of stuff is covered in Deathly Hallows Part 1, why they're all flying Harry out rather than just, grabbing him and just, boop, flying over, because what Dumbledore did at the start of Half-Blood Prince of them. Yeah, I reckon it probably gets covered there. We get Peter Pettigrew obviously getting mentioned here. He's obviously mentioned very briefly in the movie. Say that he went after Black. We hear about how apparently Peter Pettigrew always tagged around and hero worships James and Sirius. The way that they're talking about it is very condescending to Peter Pettigrew, and they're bringing up his size and everything, which is weird for professors. But yeah, this is the way that Anyway. it's the whole slithering thing again, guys. The fact that we always get descriptions of slitherings being unattractive and stuff like that. It seems weird. It seems to be good and bad. So if you're reading this carefully, you're probably going to think, well, if Peter Pettigrew's short, then he's probably going to turn out to be bad. Going on all the other character descriptions that we have. Anyway, ignore me. But yeah, I think they even bring up his weight as well, actually. But yeah, the fact that he hero worshipped and tagged along with James and Sirius, does that mean that he actually wasn't that good of friends with them? and James and Sirius just like let him tag along. I don't know. This bit kind of threw me. It really did, because I thought that Pettigrew was just one of the actual four, not someone who even professors who aren't even part of the squad, part of their team, see him as being just a tag along. That did surprise me. The surviving Muggles told. Oh yes, the surviving Muggles basically told the wisdom community, presumably the ministry, what happened before they got obliterated. McGonagall actually feels bad about the way that she used to treat and see Peter, because right now they see him as a bit of a hero, but like McGonagall says, how he was useless at dueling, and so he was foolish to go after Sirius on his own. But McGonagall does feel genuinely bad about the way that she used to see him. We hear about hit wizards. How hit wizards would have been better to would have been the only people who are able to arrest Black. I'm not sure if we've ever heard of hit wizards before. I don't know if that's technically the name of the guys that we get in Deathly Hallows. Maybe. I can't remember what they were called. In fact, I'm not even sure if they even got a name. But yeah, we hear about hit wizards here. And yeah, Fudge doesn't even think that Black is mad. In fact, he doesn't see, despite the laughing and everything, he's in an area with Dementors, which meant to make you turn slowly mad, or quickly mad in a lot of cases. But Fudge says that when he last saw Sirius in Azkaban, he seemed completely normal. It was like asking to borrow his paper to have it go on across crosswords and everything. Not sure if the paper is significant. Could be. We shall see. Yeah, he just seemed normal at Azkaban. And it's very interesting because we have this whole scene where we have this lore dump and Ron and Hermione are there. So I'm going to end it there because that's the end of this chapter. I presume there is going to be a scene afterwards which is similar to the movie, guys. But if not, that scene in the movie was one of the best scenes in the entire series, where Harry goes running out and Ron and Hermione go chasing after him to console him. It's beautiful. One of the absolute best scenes in the entire series, in my opinion. And that is not here. If it's going to be in the next chapter, I guess we shall see. But either way, guys, this has been a chunky one. Let's get over to your comments over in the book club. Okay, so this is the Harry Potter book club, guys. My favourite part of doing these videos is reading through your comments. Like I say, you can back the Patreon for as little as you want and get your comment read out as well. There's now a new way of being a part of it. You can obviously comment on the blog, which is posted right here. It's very easy to find on the Patreon page. And you can leave your comment below, and that will likely get replies. I can't see the replies, so you can go to spoilers in the replies. You see, you see these have replies here. Jacqueline's one has some replies there. So you can do that if you so wish. If you would rather you not receive replies, you can actually DM me on the Patreon and give me your thoughts and opinions on the chapters there. You'll have to still follow the same rules. The rules are just like at the top of this post. You just press continue to read. Continue reading, sorry, and so on. But yeah, you can DM me the messages. I think I've got all the DM messages here, so we'll do them first. I won't be able to display them on screen, but I'll read them out for you either way. One thing I'll say is, in the future, this is something which I should have suggested. I thought about it a couple of days ago. If you do DM me your and this is obviously DMing on the Patreon. If you do DM me, if you could start your message off with book club review, and then have your comment, just so when I see my DMs, I can see, okay, that's that. Okay, I'll save that until then. I should have thought of that before, but I didn't. So either way, if I missed yours and you did DM me, I'm so sorry, guys, but I'm pretty sure it was just these two. So we've got Myla and H. If you also DM'd me one and I don't cover it in this video, I'm so sorry, guys. I will endeavour to correct that next time. So, and if I do miss it, please do let me know, because I need to know if I'm missing things. But like I say, in future, if you could start your DM posts with book club review and then go into your blurb, that would be really convenient. If you're going to post on this blog, don't worry about it. You can just start like Jacqueline has, just with your thoughts. But either way, let's get on with Mila's comment here. Hi Veggie, first time commenting. Thank you so much. A general question I had as a kid reading the books, and a thing I would really like to hear your thoughts on. How do little wizards and witches learn to read and write? I thought about outside of preschooling and everything as well. I don't think that it's ever explained. If it is, I seem to have missed it. Is there some type of magical preschool, or are they homeschooled? Where is my... There it is. Sorry, Mia. If so, how does that work with both of the parents and having jobs? That's very fair. Also, poor Molly and Arthur, question mark, having to teach 7 kids at home, especially the twins. I think it probably is homeschooling. It might be very possible that wizards and witches are just a lot faster at learning basic things like that. So it could be a lot easier than it may be a lot easier to teach wizards and witches how to read, mathematics and all that sort of thing than it would muggles. But also, a lot of that stuff wouldn't be as useful in the wizarding world, so a lot of it may not even get taught. Possibly. But as for other schools, maybe it's like on the radio, because obviously they have radio, so maybe there's like radio lessons or something. It's definitely a fascinating question, Mila. As far as actual schools, I don't think so. Not in my head canon, but it would blooming make sense, wouldn't it? Let me know your thoughts in the comments, guys. I think that's a cracking question. And I'm so sorry if you have already talked about this and I missed it. No, you haven't, Mila. In fact, this question really inspired a lot of thinking in me, actually, which is greatly appreciated. It's certainly not something which we've heard about before. Absolutely not. It really hasn't. It's basically there's a whole grey area what wizards and witches do. Wizard and witch born do before Hogwarts. Very good question. P.S. I love your book reviews, Veggie. They always make a little Hufflepuff heart my little Hufflepuff heart very, very happy. Thank you so much, Mila. That's very, very kind of you. I really do appreciate your comments, guys. And I'm so sorry how long it's taken me to get to this time, but this is like a breath of fresh air, this part of these videos. So now we've got H's comment. I'll try to use the new feature, which is the DMing. I love the idea of the ghost providing entertainment. I love Percy's not very helpful way of describing Hogsmeade. I know. It's amazing, isn't it? It's like, don't worry, Harry. It's only the greatest thing of all time. I like how Harry is so close to telling Lupin about the dog he saw. And what would have happened if he had? But most of all, I like the sleeping bag spell. The coolest thing Dumbledore ever did. I mean, it's pretty cool. Making a bunch of purple sleeping bags. I want to learn that. It is pretty cool. It is definitely very cool. There's a line that Dumbledore has about sleeping and dreaming and everything that's only in the movie. Or at least it's only in the movie so far, unless it's later on in the book. Really nice line. When he's talking to Snape, I hate Snape's behaviour when standing in for Lupin, and him seemingly trying to out Lupin. Is he trying to out? I think I know what you mean. Is he actually trying to out him, or is he just... I'll read the rest of the comment. As others have pointed out, though, I also like how both Snape and Lupin in other situations seem to have some kind of respect for each other. While we have the scene in what I think was Lupin's office rather than classroom. I could be wrong. Which, they're working together, and Lupin says thank you, and Snape's like, not at all. It's very polite. I would have thought he'd just like ghost him to walk straight out of the room. Trying to out Lupin, or are you talking about the werewolf? lesson. Because I don't see that as trying to, hint, hey, this guy's a werewolf. I think it's more giving them the tools if something goes wrong. Unless you mean something else. Great point. I also agree with you. I also agree with those writing that you shouldn't worry about doing the movie comparisons. This is what I was talking about at the start. I think that is a very interesting to hear about from someone who watched the movies first. Greatly appreciated, H. I do appreciate that. I also do appreciate the feedback saying that I do it too much as well. So any feedback on that, guys, is always greatly appreciated, because then I can work out what's best for guys, because I want everyone to be happy here. Thank you so much, H, for that. It's very, very good comment. Mila and H were the only two DMs, I think. If there were more, guys, please let me know, and I will address that next time. I'm so sorry if that was. Like I say, next time, if we can set a rule where if you DM me, the start of the message has to be a book review, and then you have your comment. But either way, now we've got the main blurb. So this is where most people's comments will be a part of. And we start off with Jacqueline. Let's get going, because this will take a while, because there's a lot of comments there. I never noticed this until it was pointed out to me in a fanfic. But did you notice that Marcus Flint is still here? It probably is just an error on the author's part, but in Stone, he's described as a 6th year, which means he should have graduated at the end of chamber, so he either failed 6th or 7th year. Maybe it could be an error as well, but maybe he did fail, or maybe he's actually not on the Quidditch team. Because it said that Flint came to him. He didn't say the Slithering captain, but then why would Flint be there though? Man, interesting. I want to read these replies, but I'm not going to because of spoilers and everything. But that's a very good point, Jacqueline. My goodness, that is not something that would have gone straight over my head. Much like Snitch. Anyway, Catty. Lupin casually telling Harry that Snape is a potions master. Another accident on Halloween. Snape revealing his suspicions, and so Cadogan guarding the common room. Filch being able to fix a magical painting when he's a squib. Cedric, my goodness, this comment. Cedric Diggory making his first appearance. Ron being the world's greatest friend, I agree. The black dog in the stadium. So many things I think about in this section. Also, I'm the only one who wants a shirt that says, "I'm head boy, Percy." Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of great stuff in these chapters, which is not in the movie. Filch being able to fix a magical painting. Yeah, that is interesting, because this goes back to my opinion. Remember what I said about potions? Surely squibs should be able to do potions, but no, you need magic still to be able to do potions. So fixing a magical painting, you would imagine, would require magic as well. Great points, Katie. I greatly appreciate it. And yes, I need that t-shirt as well. I'm head boy. Jake. I find it slightly odd that we do not hear about a current head boy before Percy. We know his older brother Bill was head boy during his final year, but what about the 2 years when Percy was Pinhead? What? What about the two years Percy was a Pinhead? Oh, Pinhead, I see what you mean. I like it. I swear, I've questioned that before. The fact we haven't heard about head boys. No, it's all professors that find them sneaking on Philosopher's Stone, isn't it? Great point. It's just not something which has come across Harry, I guess. And remembering this is Harry's point of view, who head boy could be completely irrelevant to Harry at that point, so it just never came up, maybe. Very good point, though. You'd think the head boy and girl would have had an important role protecting the students from the troll and the basilisk attacks in previous books, but they seem mysteriously absent. Even Lockhart did more, albeit reluctantly, given how much time it took away from preening himself. I love it. Of course, head boy and prefect is different, isn't it? I know. I got a little bit confused there, Zaki, when Percy actually became head boy. Great point. Yeah, definitely. The only difference with his new role seems to be the added job of watching students in their sleep. Well, yeah, quite. In this night. And assuming there are new ones chosen each year, who are replaced Gryffindor prefects, now that Percy is humongous big head. Also, keep in mind that here Harry thinks he sees the Grim in the stands at the Quidditch, whereas in the film, oh, okay, I screwed up here. Whereas in the film, it's some contrived shapes in the clouds. It's a subtle but important change. Wow, I messed up, Jake. You see, this is the problem. Because I've watched the movies, if I'm not completely focused on the books when I'm listening to them, I'm going to make mistakes like that. I thought it was in the sky. Oh, man, Jake, I'm sorry. P.S. Can you imagine if a supply teacher had set you an essay in real life? There'd be murder. That's very true. Actually, that's very true. The gall of a substitute teacher, quite frankly. Great comment, Jake, and I'm sorry about... I clearly got the thing about the Grim wrong. Helen! I have always been confused by the twins giving the Marauders map to Harry. They indicate not needing it anymore because they've learnt all they can from it. But what about the function of monitoring where the teachers are? With the amount of mischief they get up to, surely this would still be useful. They're only in the fifth year out of 7. Also, agree it's rather insulting to give Harry, not Ron. We did discuss that, yes. Yes, Harry has a great need at the time, but Ron would have shared it with his friends. Well, quite, exactly. And the other way around as well. But it is a bit of a diss on Ron. But it's also very Fred and George to do that, though. Yeah. I could have even seen him... No, Ginny's not a troublemaker, is she? Yet. I don't know. We shall find out. Apparently she's very different in the books. Very... I do agree. There is something... It is a shame that they didn't give it to Ron. I presumed that they've seen the same teachers walking the same corridors so much that's become second nature to them, where they're thinking Bob's probably going to be coming along to go to this place soon. Let's move on, you know. But you're right, that is a bit of a stretch. And also, Lupin's new to them, so... Maybe they're making excuses, saying that they don't need it anymore, and they just really want Harry to have a good time. Maybe they're that decent people, and they're like saying, no, we don't need it anymore, whereas really, they could have really used it more. Maybe that's it. Great point, Helen. I greatly appreciate your comment. Next, please don't worry about the frequent movie comparisons as you did last time. I think they are a fascinating part of your second and fuller Potter experience, and I find them enjoyable. Almost inevitable anyway. Well, actually, that's quite it, isn't it? That's what I'm saying about the grim mistake that I made just now. I think you will find the full history of the Marauders map and its authors a good example of book versus film deficits. Right? I'm sorry, guys. I'm dyslexic. I'm terrible at reading, which I'm sure I've mentioned before. Thank you so much for your comment, Nix. Awesome. I appreciate the feedback on that. I really do. Spreedy Brendan. Finally commenting for the first time, despite being here since the beginning of the book club. Thank you so much, Brendan. And I'm enjoying it so much that I now listen to the books as well. Fry version. That's what I listened to this time as well, actually. But I mean, Jim Dale's is in Hogwarts Legacy, guys. I was happy when I found that out. First, I feel bad for Oliver Wood because... Sorry. I feel bad for Oliver Wood because he's... it's his final year, therefore his last chance to win the Quidditch Cup. And that seems to be his world because Quidditch is all we really know about him. That's actually completely true. It seems after the loss to Hufflepuff that he might never achieve his goal. Oh well. Sorry. Sorry guys. I am definitely a nasty. I'm a nasty puff. I'm a heel puff. Yeah, it's true because it is absolutely his world, isn't it? The main thing I enjoy about the extra details and uses of the Marauders map, especially guiding Harry to Hogsmeade, giving him the spell needed to get through the passage. Well, exactly, yeah. Like it says, like a little speech bubble appears next to Harry's avatar. So cool, so cool. Brandon, thank you so much for your first comment. It was an awesome one. Nicholas, Lupin is such a great character. Him being the mentor and even father figure that Harry has never had. I've never thought about it like that. Never had. Must be a great thing for Harry and for Lupin. Also, since it's like him being rejoined with James. That's why I really like the scene. Sorry, Nicholas. I'll continue your comment in a second. That's why I really like the scene in the movie where Lupin is talking about Lily and James, where it's Lily and James's peers saying about how good they were as people. What that scene in the movie was beautiful, guys. I really do. And maybe we'll get something like that later on in the book, but we didn't get it where it was in the movie. Absolutely love his interactions with Snape, since we all know about the relationship that the Marauders and Snape had in the past. But I'm sure that is a discussion that will come up later down the line. So that's all I'll say for now. Thank you, Nicholas. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. It's a dance thing. Phew. In my copy of the book, there are 3 chapters combined. Are 75 pages long. My goodness. I took notes as I read because I knew there would be so much to talk about, and I was right. I have a very long list, but if I touch on every point, it'll end up being an essay, kind of like Hermione would. Oh, quite like she did with werewolves. So I'll try and rein in my thoughts a little bit. Thank you, Dance. It's greatly appreciated. I do try to limit people's comments to a certain length, just so we can get through more, you know. So thank you so much for that. I think the most important aspect of these chapters is the scene in the 3 broomsticks. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and the reader, very true, learn a lot about what happened leading up to and following Harry's parents' murder. If you don't know the end of the book, and even if you do, it's absolutely heartbreaking. It's very true. Also, try to keep in mind, James, Lily, and Sirius were all 21 when everything with Voldemort went down. I actually didn't know that. Jeez, that is young. I actually didn't know that. 21, guys. Yeah, I think I assumed that they were like mid to late 20s. Man. Also, how the heck did Fred and George figure out the correct password for the Marauders map when they're in the first year? That's true. They really are much smarter than people give them credit for. Well, that's the thing, Dad. I reckon that maybe, because the map had been dormant for so long, presumably dormant for so long, because the Mischief Complete, or whatever it is, Mischief Achieved, I think it is, isn't it? Is to tell the map, okay, now go blank. It's not a spell that makes the map go blank. You know what I mean? It's telling the map to go blank because, you know, it's kayfabe. People who should be seeing it may see it. It's telling the map that there's a possibility of people who shouldn't see it seeing it, rather than it saying, okay, now stop showing things. So I reckon it's possible that, much like Tom Riddle with the diary, it one night just said, hello, to Fred and George and explain the rules. That's my headcanon. Let me know what you think. Thank you so much for your great comment. However, let's talk about the fat lady. Dumbledore said she'd refused to let Black in without the password. The way I understand it, she could have let him in, but chose not to, meaning she has free will. That makes a person, in my opinion. Yeah, she does have free will, doesn't she? But why would she let him in, though? Not a human being, but a person nonetheless. Like, a person may be the wrong term. Like, a sentient being might be more appropriate. Like, the house elves are not humans, but they are persons. Yes, that's absolutely true. We learned that the fat lady is very distraught by the attack, like any person would. Also, the other portraits, except Sir Cadogan. I'm adding an extra K in there. I don't know why. Cladogan. Were too afraid to take over the job because they fear getting attacked and possibly destroyed. Happy face. Exhibiting fear of death. That's why, in my opinion, Sirius Black stabbing the fat lady was actually a violent act on a person and not merely destruction of property. Interesting, however. I'm wondering if you could program a AI to be fearful. Have you seen Space 2001? I always say it wrong. 2001: A Space Odyssey. Actually, that's very true. Have you seen 2001: A Space Odyssey? Because that goes into fear and what makes. Oh, Howard, if you haven't seen Space... I always say it wrong. If you haven't seen 2001: Space Odyssey, I recommend it. It's a not Hitchcock. Oh my god, Veggie. The Shining guy. Kubrick. It's a Kubrick movie. It's got Leonard Rossiter in one scene for some reason. Leonard Rossiter being the main character on Rising Damp. Old 70s sitcom. Yeah. Oh, how I'll finish your comment because I want to see exactly the point that you're making, but I think this is very interesting. It's all about AI and what it is to be and what it is to fear. Right. Fantastic, fascinating comment so far. That's why, in my opinion, Sirius Black stabbing of the fat lady is actually a violent act on a person and not merely destruction of property. So let's take a moment to appreciate the fat lady. She put the student's safety before her own, and that's not an easy thing to do, absolutely. There are some things I don't like about the Gryffindor house. Well, one is Gryffindor. Sorry. We get their... I wonder if you're slivering, Howard. Let me know. I'd love to know, actually. You know what? Next time what we'll do... Actually, you know what, guys? We'll do this now, because I always like to put this into my... like a little hidden thing, just to see who watches all the way through these videos. If you make a comment on this video, and you got this far in, start your comment off with what house you're in, and then put your comment in. Don't explain it. Just put, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Slytherin, or Ravenclaw at the start of your comment, and then on the comment of this video. That'd be awesome. There you go. I like to put little hidden things like that. Right, I'm so sorry. I need to get back to your comment because this is fascinating. So let's... Fat lady. She put the student's safety before her own, and that's not an easy thing to do. There are some things I don't like about the Gryffindor house. We get there when we get there. Interesting. But credit where credit's due. Bravery is their best defining trait, and the fat lady proved it. She's a real one, and easily the MVP of this book. I love it, Hoa. That is awesome. What a great take on the fat lady. I was gonna say, because presumably the fat lady, if she went to Hogwarts, would have been Gryffindor, you'd imagine. So that does add up. Sir Cadogan then does replace her, but I think he's a Muggle, guys. I think he was a Muggle. Going on what we read about him in Hogwarts Legacy in this little blurb, I think it suggested that he was a Muggle, because it like says he's better known in the Wizarding world than he is in the Muggle world. Interesting. But you're right. I really like that, how I was saying how brave the fat lady is. That's awesome. And how that makes sense with Gryffindor. I like the fact you teased the fact that we're going to be getting other stuff about their house, but that's intriguing. I would say watch 2001: A Space Odyssey. I don't want to spoil it, though. This is the thing. If you ever heard someone say, "I'm afraid I can't do that, Dave," that's from 2001: A Space Odyssey. But the stuff with Hal, the AI computer, goes into what it is to fear, and it's, oh man, it's good. It's good. Daisy, Daisy. Oh man, it's good. And then the movie goes stupid. But the Daisy scene, the Daisy song scene. It's good. It's good. Very good. How awesome comment. Great. I love the love for the fat lady. Anna Marie. Sir Cadogan is a comical and interesting character to me. Oh, it's amazing. Yes, his personality is over the top, but he's actually very interesting. The students' interaction with him always made me wonder why they didn't talk more to other. Why they don't talk to more other portraits. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. I mean, you have hundreds of wizards and witches available for notice. For advice, or to give you homework, your homework hope. I think a smart student would use them to their advantage, but they're not just like ghosts. Apparently, this is something which is covered in the books later on, guys. So please do not confirm and deny. But they're not just basically ghosts in paintings, are they? So I'm wondering, much like photographs. You know, with Gilderoy and Harry, you know, Harry trying to get out a shot and everything. You can't talk to them, can you? So the difference between a photograph, a portrait, and a ghost intrigues me. Because photographs and paintings are different, guys. I've never seen a photograph talk in Harry Potter. I don't think I've ever seen a photograph talk in Harry Potter. We shall see. Fantastic point, Anne-Marie. Love the love for the paintings in this. Cadogan's amazing, though. And the fact that he's, even though he barely says anything, the fact that he's for White House is amazing, guys. Josh. Okay, Veggie. Since you started reading this story, I've been talking about how the movies butcher Ron's character. Rewatching the scenes with Ron, is, like I say, like the first thing that Harry says when he wakes up is having a go at Ron. Like mocking Ron, I should say. I have to point out the full, truly unforgivable example, like unforgivable curse. When Snape calls Hermione an insufferable know-it-all, Ron's reaction is very different between. Oh my goodness, Josh, you are so right. Different between the book and the movie. That's so true. It's complete. That is night and day. Sure, things are different sometimes, guys. You know, different reactions to things. But my God, Josh, that example is absolutely key. I'm not surprised. Oh my goodness. Let's finish your comment. In the movie, he casually agrees with Snape. He's got a point, you know. In the book, he says you asked her a question and she answered it. Why ask it if you don't want to be told? Now, I'm going to say this. The scene with Snape in the movie is so different, and he is being nowhere near as nasty as he is in the book. So Ron saying he has a point, you know, is that a friendly jab at Hermione? I don't think he's actually agreeing with Snape. No. My portrayal of that movie scene is that... I look so stupid. 13 quid. 13 quid. Sorry. Just clocked myself on the screen then. My interpretation of that line is Ron is being funny. That being said, it's so different from his reaction. He's so defensive of Hermione. And it's not the first time either. Book Ron is really defensive of Hermione, even though they've been at each other's throats in these chapters. Well, Ron's already been at Hermione's throat. Hermione's completely chilled, calmed with Crookshanks now. I love the stuff with Hermione in these chapters. I really did. Oh my goodness, I'm liking this comment, Josh. It's got legs. Your comment's got legs. What that means. In the book... Yes, okay. It's these kinds of changes that makes my blood boil, because it's fundamentally changes the dynamic between Ron and Hermione, which is obviously a big thing for a lot of you guys. Pardon me? It makes people who haven't read the books think that they don't care about each other. Unfortunately, this is the first of many situations like this, and I will probably rant about about many of them as long as we go along, because it's awful to see such disrespect. Few rant over. No, please do, Josh. I would really appreciate that. Man, that hit me for 6 when I was reading that first part of the comment. It's so different. I don't think Ron is saying, yeah, Snape's got a point. I also don't think he's saying, yeah, Snape's got a point. I think he's saying, Snape's got a point. Those are my 3... I don't know. That's how I took that line. Yeah. It's not Snape has a point. It's not Snape has a point. It's Snape has a point. It's... I like this, Josh. I like it. This is food for thought. It really is. Excellent. Moving on. Will Hufflepuff's rise. Again, I bet you're happy about the Hufflepuff Quidditch win. I was quite happy. I love how you always root for Hufflepuff characters, but perhaps more than others would. This is the thing. I don't... Very often I'll find myself, like, the stuff with... Oh man, what was his name? No, not Justin. Oh, the guy in the previous book. He's got a name which is used by another character, which makes it very confusing. You know, Hannah's friend. My man's gone blank suddenly, guys, but I feel like he was absolutely in the right to suspect Harry. But you know, I know that everyone is biased, guys. No one is completely, no matter how much they tell you, no one is unbiased towards things. Everyone is. That's just how life is. But yeah, I definitely do love my puffs. I wish I could feel the same way about my house Slytherin. Yeah. These books failed to show any positive aspects of Slytherin, but I still love my house. You know what, Will? Am I going to say this now? I'm going to say this now. I've been thinking recently. There is something about Slytherins. That's going to be the name of my book. No, there is something about Slytherins. Real life RL Slytherins. People who have been sorted, you know, did this sorting puzzle quiz and got Slytherins. There is a, and this is a Hufflepuff saying this, there is a genuine extra layer of pride in you guys. I think there genuinely is. Because I've seen a lot of comments from a lot of people talking about their houses and everything. And a lot of people really own their Slytherinness. And like really like have it being a part of them, you know. There is definitely something about Slytherin fans of Harry Potter who, when they put into Slytherin, thinking, yes, this is mine. And it must be quite frustrating that there is like just basically no positive representations of Slytherin, at least up to this point. But it is definitely something that I've noticed. Did I say your names well? I'm sure I did. Yeah, that is genuinely something that I was thinking about recently. It really was. It really was. Question for you, Veggie. If you were at Hogwarts, do you think you would play Quidditch? And if so, which position? Personally, for me, I think I would be a seeker. If I was to be completely honest, and if I was the age of all the other students back then, I absolutely wouldn't have done. You know, I hated a lot of sports, but like things like cricket, I absolutely hated because I was terrified of getting hit by the ball. I genuinely was terrified. And soccer, I guess a lot of you call it, but in football, I was scared of getting hit by the ball. In my defense, you know, a couple of years ago, or like a year ago, in fact, I got diagnosed with autism, and it's very likely that that would have been an aspect of it as well. The fact that I have sensory issues and social issues as well. But I don't think I would have played Quidditch, just as I would have found it. Like the last time I watched a cricket match, I got hit in the ankle by the ball. Just me watching it. That was a long time ago as well. If I was to be in a position, I've been asked this before. I said goalie. I've been asked that question before. I can't remember when. It may have been in the book clubs, but I remember that I said goalie. I think I would be. I think I would be. Ha, funny joke. Sorry. Right. I'm really interested to hear how you felt about the interactions between Snape and Lupin in these chapters. I always feel that even though they both clearly dislike each other, there is also a mutual respect. What do you think? Absolutely. And the way that Lupin talks about Snape, he bigs him up big time. And when Snape and Lupin are in the same room, Snape is very courteous. He actually is to Lupin. Not at all. The fact that he says not at all to Lupin when he's leaving. Just little things, you know, guys, little things. Did you notice how Lupin reacted to Harry mentioning Lily and Sirius? I love these little hints about his past relationships with them. He nearly dropped his book. You're right. No, was it a book? He nearly his suitcase, something like a briefcase or something. He nearly dropped something, doesn't he? When Harry brings him up. So true. Yeah, that's that moment, isn't it? Speaking of Sirius, how do you know the whole story and how he's innocent? You just feel really bad for him when everyone thinks that he betrayed James and Lily. But that may just be me, as he's my favourite character in the series. What a fine character to be your favourite character. Seriously, what a great choice. Yeah, I mean, he must be terrifying to book readers, but he was terrifying to movie readers, guys. He really was. And that reveal in the movie where the camera like went up and he's like stood in the same room with him, it's like one of the best scenes, easily, if not the best scene in the entire series. So good. Speaking of series, I've already read that bit. Also, I absolutely love Peeves in these chapters. He's hilarious. I'm so sorry that this comment is so long. I had more to say than I thought. So that's fine. Well, Will, that's a good side. That is a good side of comment. Don't worry about that. Great comment. Sirius is a great character to be your favourite character. And like I say, at least RL Slytherins, there's definitely an extra layer of pride amongst you guys. I swear there is. Gothic Llama. Yay! We finally meet the Marauders and get a nice moment between Harry and Lupin. It must mean so much to him to be able to meet his best friend's son. Yes. I must admit, I got a bit confused. I must admit, sometimes I don't like how dumb these kids seem to be. I realise they are 13, but still, like, if Snape really poisoned Lupin's drink or did something suspicious, Lupin would have known, as he's the defense against the dark arts teacher. That is an extra layer of good pointedness. Even better, even the best one so far. So he'd know how to protect himself. Besides, he's an adult. Yeah, you're right, Gothic. This is what I was saying about how Harry and Ron... Really? You really still think that Snape is that desperate to be the defense against the dark arts teacher that he's willing to poison and at least debilitate or maybe even kill the current one to get there? And also doing that in front of Harry? Really? Harry, is that what you genuinely think? But then again, Hermione is very smart. Well, in some parts of these chapters, though. Her rationalization of Binky the Rabbit is amazing. Brutal, but amazing. Also, Ginny, you're a sweetheart, but maybe stop with the singing cards. We all remember last year's Valentine's disaster. Oh, but at least there wasn't a blooming dwarf this year. She cut down on that. Although we haven't got to Valentine's Day yet. I can't imagine there's going to be another celebration, but we shall see. Be the way. Have you thought how Ginny's second year at Hogwarts went? I imagine she was struggling and was lonely, as during the first year she was possessed by Voldemort, so she didn't get to form any friendships like Harry did with Ron and later Hermione. She was constantly stressed, probably had her memory loss, and had to slaughter the chickens, as an 11-year-old, that's horrible. Was ignored by Ron because she's a lame sister and all. And maybe even people were gossiping about her. I wonder if somebody figured she should go to therapy. Wow, you're right. She would be at least a bit... I mean, it's much like Harry's outcast in the first couple of books, where everyone... in Philosopher's Stone, where everyone's like, oh my god, it's Harry Potter. But that worked out okay, though, didn't it? And she has Harry. She does have Ron. Ron is, when he told to go away at the start of this book, which was brutal. Fred and George. Percy clearly really cares about her. But you're right, though. Having classmates and everything, that would be more difficult, wouldn't it? Great point. That is not something which I gave a second's thought, I must admit. Last thing. Because you're from the movies, Scabbers' pedigree. Have you realised why Ron's first spell in Philosopher's Stone didn't work? The turn this stupid rat into a yellow one. Scabbers wasn't actually a rat. That's a nice foreshadowing. Oh, is that why it didn't work? Because he was able to make Scabbers into a kind of chalice, wasn't he? Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, okay. I see what you mean, because the spell would have to be about the rat, making a rat into another type of rat, but it's not a rat, so it wouldn't have worked. Wow, that's awesome! That is very good. That is very good. Thank you very, very much for your comments. Florian. And here we get the introduction of the Marauders map, an item that is bound to create some weird situations. Some would say even plot holes. There is another item which does have very similar problems. JKR did create quite a few errors due to forgetting what she wrote early in the books and not doing research. Well, I mean, it's right. I mean, the thing is, everything, because it's magic involved, you can always say magic probably happened. Same as sci-fi. You can like write away a lot of these inconsistencies. But yeah, the Marauders map, I'd imagine, will likely cause some issues with consistency. But we shall see, though. Thank you so much for your comment. Dinsdale. This might be a strange opinion. I'm only really half serious, but serious. I have always wanted a little more justice for Ron in Scabbers' situation. I remember being young, reading these chapters for the first time, and feeling so sorry for Ron and Scabbers. No, I'm with you. I am with you. An old pet can get really shook by another pet coming along without being attacked. So I was stressed for Ron. I know Crookshanks was right in the end, but Peter is icky, but I still can't help feel a little sorry. All these rereads later. No, you're right, Dinsdale. I still see Scabbers as Scabbers. I really do. I'm sure you've read through them many times, but this is my second time experiencing the story, and I still see Scabbers as Scabbers. Justice for Scabbers, definitely not Peter. No, I completely agree with that sentiment. Fantastic. Thank you so much for your comment. Kenzite. Thoughts on Hogsmeade trip? First time he goes in the movie is under the cloak, but in the book he isn't, which makes the eavesdropping a lot different. Yes, absolutely. Since Ron and Hermione actually got to hear everything firsthand, Harry didn't have to explain it. Exactly, very true. Although I have one theory: what would Sirius do with baby Harry if Hagrid gave Harry to Sirius? Would he have still gone after Peter, which is the series of events that put him in Azkaban? How different could Harry's life have been? Knowing what I know of Sirius, he probably would still go after Peter, but that would make taking Harry out of character for him. Maybe him wanting to take Harry was just a momentary emotional breakdown. Because his his best friends, his best friend and the person who's best man for. Yeah. But maybe if he did have Harry, you'd think the best thing for Lily and James would be to just get Harry to safety. So maybe he wouldn't have gone after Peter. That's a very interesting theory, Kunzite. Very interesting. Thank you so much for making it. Lizette. Regarding the scene between Lupin and Harry, it almost feels like Lupin, much like Sirius, sees James instead of Harry there. Well, quite. He knew instantly that Harry was worried about seeming to be weak and reassures him. Very good point. When Harry admitted to hearing his mother dying, Lupin reached for his soldier before realizing that he didn't have that kind of relationship with Harry and stopped himself. He does stop himself. That is a great analysis of that moment. I love it. Great point. It could also just be affection for a son or of one of his best friends, but it still makes me wonder if the likeness is really that potent. Well, I mean, in the movie, he says to Harry, "You're more like Lily and James than you realise." Wow, that is a great point about the hand on the shoulder. That is a great point. Very well made. Rebecca. The scene in Lupin's office is one of those scenes that I think was done really beautifully in both the film and the book. It's wonderful seeing Harry and Lupin really connect for the first time. Although I love the film adaptation of Lupin saying that Lily had a way of seeing the beauty in others, even and perhaps most importantly when they couldn't see it in themselves. What a beautiful line. It's one of my favourite quotes from the film and even the entire series. That is beautiful. And you know what, Rebecca? The location that they chose for that scene is just as beautiful. Yeah, the movie scene is great, guys. I can't imagine anyone being furious at the movie scene of that. I can see people being furious at the Snape Defense Against the Dark Arts class, because that is so different than what we got in the book. And we don't get as much context in the Lupin Harry scene in the movie, but it sure is a beautiful scene. And Daniel Radcliffe's face throughout that scene as he slowly starts to smile as Lupin's talking about Lily and James. So good. So good. I'm also really glad the film didn't include that whole thing about Harry being worried about Professor Snape might have poisoned Lupin. I mean, for goodness sake, Harry, I know Snape can be unpleasant, but he has saved your life at least once. And the idea that he might be petty and stupid enough to try poisoning a colleague because he wants his job, just, please excuse me while I go bang my head against a brick wall. Don't do that. Yeah, you're right, but I think it's... When I was reading it, I was like, really, Harry, you really think that still? So yeah, I agree with you. But at the same time, now, that's not me saying this book doesn't make any sense. That's me saying, Harry, you as the character, come on, mate. So it's still kayfabe, guys. the fact that Harry is being that stupid. I'm not saying that it's unrealistic that he is. It's the fact that Harry is still being that stupid about Snape. Great point. Great point. Michelle. I do enjoy seeing the Severus and Remus dynamic in these books, especially because they do have quite different history from what you already know. There is always that tension between them, or Severus, sorry, and but remember, both of them are about 33, 34 years old in the book, and not the 50s age of actors in the films displayed. That's very true. Harry's perspective is interesting to note, and his assumptions can be quite funny. But in the film, as the film goes, the book tells us so much more. Oh, absolutely, it really does. And Snape teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts, he gets straight to the point, and I love it. Well, he does get to the point. I can't argue with that. Thank you so much for your comment. Saisha. Two things that I like here, much more than in the movie. Number one, Cedric is already being introduced and fleshed out. He clearly has a deep personal sense of honor and sportsmanship, and the fact that he tried to insist on a rematch, and the fact that no one begrudged him for the win. Very true. What about Harry, who said, "Are we going to do a replay?" Not really, because they know that he would never have taken advantage of the situation if he'd realised what had happened. Well, that's very true, because it does say that he grabbed it and then noticed what had happened. So yeah, what a lovely guy. He's a good egg, this Cedric. The other one is the Grim. Why on earth did they have it appear in the clouds in the movie? I really messed this up, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I clearly misremembered this when I was making my notes. It would suggest that it was an omen, but it's not. It's just Sirius. So Sirius was actually there then in the book. I've messed up. This completely flies in the face of the clever switch around in the book tries to do, with Harry constantly seeing Sirius and thinking it's the Grim. Great point, great point. I'm so sorry about my mistake when going through my notes, guys. I do make the odd mistake here and there, or everywhere. Dara! Which of these things to approach? I will try to hold one sort, I promise. Ron stating after Sirius attack, why couldn't Black have hidden in Snape's office? He could. Oh, hang on. I don't think this is in this chapter. I'm going to skip A if that's okay, Dara, because I don't remember that being in this chapter. B, Crookshanks and Scabbers. I always found it interesting how Crooks seems to be so fixated on the rat, and him trying to sneak into the boys' dorm before Quidditch. Oh yes, that's right. That was one of the things I remember when reading the book for the first time. It seems so unnatural. That's true. I forgot about that. It does try to creep in there. Also, in the Marauders map chapter, I think it is so sad that Harry realizes who he is hearing whenever the Dementors approach, and then this sort of the first time he can hear his mother's voice since he was 1 year old. That's very true, and it says he dwells on the sound of her voice, like it's something to remember her by, even if it's terrible. Well, that's the most painful thing about it, isn't it? It's the one connection that he remembers of her, and it's at her absolute end. Jeez, it's sad. It's sad. Great point, Dara. I'm sorry if I misconstrued A, but I just don't remember that line being said, so I will skip it for now. Slim! Lupin manages to get the respect and enthusiasm of seemingly the whole school after only having been teacher for a few months. He seems to have a much better aptitude and knows how to get the best from class, much more than the number of other teachers. He definitely won't waste time pointlessly arguing with his students like Trelawney and Snape. Well, that's one way of putting it. Speaking of which, Lupin is nothing but respectful to Snape, but he shows Lupin nothing but barely concealing hostile and suspicion. I mean, we've seen other comments saying that there is a sort of level of respect from Snape when Lupin is there, you know. Not only does Snape attempt to expose Lupin by having the class study werewolves, he has them write essays on how to kill werewolves. Really, it's so the exposing. Do you think that's what? So that's what the comment was saying earlier on about how he's trying to out Lupin. That is not something which I picked up on. I mean, on how to expose someone as being a werewolf. Yeah, I'm afraid that's something which I missed. Awesome, great point. He has them write assignments on how to kill werewolves. I feel like that could be self-defense in a weird way. Furthermore, he denies Lupin the opportunity to present werewolves and himself in a more sympathetic light. Oh, that's true. So you think that when Lupin would have got to it, or at least in Snape's head, Lupin may have brushed off werewolves as being misunderstood, maybe? Very interesting. These are human beings with a horrible medical condition after all, exactly. People are free to think otherwise, but that, in my opinion, Snape is an awful human being. We definitely have a lot of discussion regarding that. Now I do think about it, you think about the picture which is in Snape's lesson in the movie, and it's like a werewolf basically just eating a guy's head, isn't it? It's in like, you know, ancient hieroglyphic sort of style. Pardon me. On a happier note, I have a theory. Sirius deliberately chose to enter the castle at Halloween so that he'd be able to enter the common room when it was completely empty, find what he was looking for, and leave again with nobody any the wiser. He'd probably been waiting for months for the circumstances. Small wonder he was annoyed with the fat lady. Well, the fat lady just simply wouldn't have let him in because he wouldn't have the password, and also he's just not at Hogwarts anymore. So yeah, I feel like, I mean, you're right, it's a perfect opportunity. That's very well put, Slim, but at the same time, did he really think that the fat lady would let him in? Very interesting. We get lots of information about James Potter and Sirius Black. We learn that Dumbledore knew one of the Potter's friends was a traitor because Dumbledore himself had a spy in Voldemort's camp who informed him. Great point. Pardon me. Dumbledore offered to be the secret keeper to Lily and James. Oh, and Lily and James said no. Why? Personally, I think James would have been disgusted that Dumbledore didn't trust his friends as much as he did. Hence, the Black would rather die than tell where we are. Nothing else explains the decision to not use Dumbledore as the secret keeper, in my view. But I'd be interested to hear what you think. My goodness. It's so interesting because we had that line where, in the movie, where Pettigrew is like, what would you done in my situation? And Sirius is like, I would have died. I would have died before telling him. I wonder if I got the impression that James and Lily said, yeah, and okay, we not happy, sorry. Yeah, sorry. They would have been like, okay, we're gonna have the Secret Keeper be Sirius, and Dumbledore having reservations about that rather than Dumbledore saying, "Hey, what about me?" and then them choosing Black instead. I think they would have already chosen Black. Oh man. I mean, you know how Harry has a suspicion of adults? I don't know, but would have James had that at all? Obviously, Harry has more reason to, but if James had that as well, choosing a professor, even Dumbledore, over his best friend. And Dumbledore does work a lot in secret. You know, in the same way where I think that Harry would even trust Ron over Dumbledore. Just because, you know, a lot of Dumbledore's stuff is holding cards to the chest. It's very interesting. I like this. I like this a lot, Slim. That is definitely a lot of food for thought. What did you think of Diggory? Awesome. And he had the game won, guys. If you read the text, Harry sees Cedric about to grab it. And Cedric grabs it and then realises what happened. So there was literally no way. The replay line's stupid by Harry. Alright. Not bitter at all. Great comment, Slim. Georgia. I always worry that I'm saying her name wrong. In Chapter 9, when Snape insults Hermione for speaking out of turn, I think it really shows the difference between book and movie Ron. He jumps to Hermione's defense instead of agreeing with Snape, and that scene sticks out to me so much upon movie rewatch. I'm not surprised. Ron would never do that. He's a loyal friend. He also hates Snape. It's one of those things where you can insult your own family, but outsiders aren't allowed to try. Ron also makes a great point. Why ask a question if you don't want it answered? Well, yeah, so clearly this is a scene which irks a lot of people when it comes to the movies. I'll say again, I do think Ron is being caddish. He's joking with Hermione. But he also knows it's the sort of thing which will wind Hermione up a little bit. But he's not straight up... It's my understanding of the scene that he is not straight up agreeing with Snape. I think he is being jovial. That being said, so different from his reaction in the book. So different. Cat. Between Boggett transforming and into students' worst fears and Dementors causing Harry to relive his trauma, I can't help but think Hogwarts should have a therapy or counsellor for students, well, and Ginny as well, my goodness. Harry has grown up in a household that is neglectful, but lied to for almost his whole life. I bet he could have a lot to talk about and work through. My goodness. P.S. What do you think your Boggett might turn into? You know what? You say about... because Harry is, you know, what we essentially would see someone living in a Muggle-born situation. There should be like a special therapist or class for people who are from... Actually, that's a good point. Why isn't there a Wizarding World class? There should be a Wizarding World class. There's Muggle studies. What about people who were born from Muggles? And Harry in his situation. There should be a Wizarding World class, Cat. Absolutely. But also, yes, absolutely, we should have lots of therapists and counsellors here. When it comes to my Boggett, I think the thing is, my phobia is being near or inside tall buildings. That would be really weird. So I think it'd be something boring like spiders, quite frankly. I could probably word me and Ron both. Thank you so much for your comment, Kat. Tammy, the scene in the 3 broomsticks is one of my favourites in the entire series. I think we get so much fascinating information. I mean, can you imagine James and Sirius being worse troublemakers than Fred and George? Well, actually, that's true because like one of them says, I bet Fred and George would challenge them to the... Oh, I can't remember the term, but yes. have a run for their money or something like that. That's so true. Then Hagrid's meeting with Sirius after Lily and James died, which was really sad. Yeah, Hagrid's retelling of that is brutal. But most, I think I like this scene because I find that Fiddler's charm very fascinating. Yes, charms would be my favourite class. Excellent, Tammy. Also, did you Flitwick? You okay? I was a little bit thrown off by that name, but yeah, you're talking about Flitwick. Also, did you pick up on Snape implying that Remus helped Sirius get into the castle when he spoke to Dumbledore in the Great Hall? And how do you think Sirius actually got in? Well, I did pick up on the line because it's in the movie as well. In fact, I think it's a little bit more. It's a little bit more obvious. Like it says, I did warn you about a particular employment of this, and then Dumbledore like cuts him off. So yeah, I did pick up on that. Yes, but what was the second part of your question? How do you think Sirius actually got in? Well, we know that he would have had the Marauders map, and we do know about the Whomping Willow secret entrance. So I presume that's probably the way. Unless he went into Honeydukes, which is unlikely, especially with all those Dementors around. Yeah, that's my current theory. By the way, did you catch that Ravenclaw absolutely flattened Hufflepuff in Quidditch? Go Ravenclaw, yeah. It's such a throwaway line, I just thought, Harry can't lose even when he loses, is what I'm saying. Thank you so much for your comment, and go Ravenclaw. Love in a hat. I always love Harry's chats with Lupin. It's so nice to see Harry feel like an authority figure is being open and honest with him. I do find it interesting how Lupin is one of the only people, minus Harry and Dumbledore, that has no issue saying Voldemort's name and doesn't use you know who. I find that fascinating as well, and he does it in the movie as well. Especially since Lupin has lived through the war, first war, and experienced how bad it could get. I mean, he's lost basically everyone he cares about because of it. So the fact that he has no fear of saying his name, Voldemort, is surprising. No, Love and Hat, I disagree. You know what? As I was reading that, I was processing my thought pattern, and I think it's literally the opposite. What? Outside of Harry, what else does... At this point specifically, what else does Lupin have to lose? So because he's lost, the few friends that he had to Voldemort, it's like he has no reason to fear Voldemort anymore because he can't hurt him anymore, apart from obviously putting him out of his misery. I bloody love Lupin, guys. I don't know if I've made that apparent. If I really do. That's so interesting, Love in a Hat. It's so interesting that as I was reading that sentence, my brain was literally formatting the opposite opinion. But you might, but yeah. But seeing it from your standpoint, it is kind of bizarre as well, though. Also, can you imagine Lupin having to read essays about how to spot and kill werewolves, and the students actually done the essays? Yeah, how to spot the werewolves is clearly something which I missed again, guys. I'm sorry. That would have been such fun for him, I'm sure. He probably would have just disappeared, wouldn't he? It's sad he didn't get to teach the class about werewolves themselves. It could have been a nice opportunity to teach it in a way that eases the prejudice against the werewolves. Beautifully put. Every time I hear about the Marauders, I do think it would be interesting to see the Marauders era TV show. I agree. I wouldn't want it biased towards any of the characters, but if they showed every character realistically and showing good and bad, I think it would be pretty cool. You know what, Love and Hat? I couldn't agree more. And you know what? TV shows are getting better and better at doing that. Now, ironically, I feel like Harry Potter generally isn't that good at doing that, because normally, like I say, the Slytherins Harry sees as always being unattractive and all this sort of stuff, you know. Pettigrew's already been described as like a Weasley character who just, not Weasley, but a Weasley character who like, you know, skunk around with the people that he wanted to be friends with rather than actually being a part of the group and everything, you know. So that always, I find it very, obviously Snape is obviously the absolute antithesis of the opposite of that though. But I do feel like TV shows are getting really good at portraying other people's opinions and leaving everything grey at the end of it. Arcane, which I've covered on the channel, you can check out my full-length reactions on the Patreon. You'll need your own copy of the show to sync to, but also I've got edited versions of it. Arcane does a fantastic job of having everyone being a grey character. My favourite character from Arcane by a mile is Powder. Some people absolutely cannot stand her on a moral level, but I think she's fantastic. So yeah, I reckon that they could do a really good show now. Maybe not back in the day, but now I think they could do a very good telling of all the different characters and their standpoints. Thank you so much for your comment. Jenny, I think it was kind of stupid to send Filch to the dungeons to look for Sirius Black. I mean, how would he have defeated him? Though Sirius probably didn't have a wand, so it would have been a fist fight or something like that. But still, they all thought Sirius was extremely dangerous, and they sent a squib to look for him. You know what, Jenny? You make a fantastic point. And when I was reading it, I thought I'd already put out a theory, but you're right. I didn't think about what happened if Filch actually did find Sirius, because that would be awkward. I guess that. Because the thing is, Filch knows where all the secret back doors are, aren't they? But then again, so does Sirius as well. Although they don't know that. Jeez. You'd think that Mrs. Norris would just leg it and go and get another teacher, wouldn't you? And just, you know, hopefully Filch would survive long enough. Man, I certainly didn't think about that. Great point. Sarah, I find it really funny how Percy awkwardly third wheels Dumbledore and Snape's conversation. Yes, true. On a related note, Percy follows Harry around in an effort to stop Sirius Black from getting to him. But what is Percy actually going to do to this mass murderer if he shows up? Oh, who am I kidding? He's Molly's son. He definitely going to duel Black. Not my brother's best friend. I like it. Yeah, again, I mean, this goes on with the previous comment. What would a Percy have done? You know what? I'm going to pull back on that. I think that Percy is there, and I think the teachers are there, not to try and catch Black, but to stop Black from attacking Harry. It's all about keeping Harry safe. It's not about dueling Black. In the same way that speed cameras are there to get people to slow down rather than to actually catch people. Although they do catch people as well. As long as Harry has people around him, Black is less likely to attack. But yeah. I don't think he even thought about it that much. I don't think he actually thought about what would happen if anything actually did happen. Man. Why is Fudge, the Minister of Magic, just hanging out at a random pub, sipping tea with McGonagall and Hagrid and all people? Does he not have more important things to do? Well, whenever his reason for being there, I think this scene gives us some insight into Fudge's character. I'd imagine he's probably there for some sort of, I mean, he has to visit Scotland because he is the Minister of Magic for Great Britain, and so maybe he's there, you know, heading to out of Magic Edinburgh for the Ministry of Magic in Scotland. Maybe. Imagine being the first responder at a scene like that. Bodies everywhere, people's limbs missing, people smeared all over the walls, injured people, maybe even child victims. It's like a war zone. It is a war zone. And in the middle of it all, some madman laughing. I can understand why Fudge is hesitant to believe that Sirius is innocent after later on. Now he shouldn't be letting his bias affect his judgment, since he's the minister. It's always going to, though, isn't it? But this is at least, this makes you understand him a little more. Very, very good part. I'm liking the Fudge comments, guys, because I found him a fascinating character as well. Long story short, the Wizarding World desperately needs mental health services. Again, yeah, absolutely. It really does. It really, really does. Katic. Hi, Veggie. I'm sure you, as a Hufflepuff, noticed that when Slytherin excused themselves from playing the first match against Gryffindor, Oliver and the rest of his team treat it as a great injustice done to them. But no one thinks of poor Hufflepuff, this is my point, who had their first match brought forward. I'm liking this, Katic. Several weeks on a very short notice. They have so much more reason to complain, and I'm saying that as a proud Ravenclaw. Yeah, I agree, and it's like everything always has to be how it's so hard for Harry and unfair for Harry. Why didn't Hermione do the water spell on Harry before the match? It had to be during the match, because that makes it even more unfair for Harry. Oh man, I will start ranting. So I'm going to stop myself. But yeah, absolutely, it's absolutely unfair on a Hufflepuff. And normally Cedric being taller would be a disadvantage, but just so happy. Yeah, anyway. I like it, Katic. I like that a lot. Max! Raider Max of our summaries, of course. Lupin's such an awesome uncle. That's it. That's my comment. Hufflepuff for the win. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Digo. Already looking forward to this. Your absolute excitement to meet Cedric already in book 3 instead of 4, I know. Although we haven't really met, we've seen him, haven't we? Yes. You being ecstatic about the Hufflepuff win the match against Gryffindor, I was quite happy. you gushing about how great and fair a person Cedric is for wanting to repeat the match after Harry fell from his broom. Absolutely. No worries though, as a fellow Hufflepuff, I understand. On another note, my highlights of these chapters are Percy being absolutely rubbish at cheering up Harry when he's can't go to Hogsmeade. It's amazing. Peeves being torn between kinda respecting Dumbledore and having the time of his life, dropping the Sirius was inside the castle bomb. Well, actually, that's very true. It's very interesting that that is Peeves that does that. Awesome comment, greatly appreciated, Digo, as always. Daniel, accidentally deleted my own comments. SMH. Shake my head, yes. I always have to think that through a little bit. I find it kind of funny how less than a year ago, Fudge sent Hagrid to Azkaban without a trial, but now they're just having a drink together. It's also interesting how Fudge admits Voldemort could come back with the help of Sirius, considering his constant denial in the future. That's so true about Fudge and Hagrid. I guess it's in Fudge's political interest to befriend Hagrid, so Hagrid doesn't, sue, I guess. And Hagrid's Hagrid. Hagrid probably understood why he was going to Azkaban. Yeah. Oh man. Sad though, isn't it? Also, interesting how Fudge admits Voldemort could come back with the help of Sirius Black, considering constant denial in the future. Oh, that's very true, actually. Yes, we're definitely seeing a different... But I guess because the writing isn't on the wall yet, and later on, he's just kind of like just trying to just fool himself, let alone everyone else. I wonder if almost everyone's boggats during the first Wizarding War was Voldemort. Well, quite. I understand Lupin a lot more just imagining Voldemort popping up out of your wardrobe after hearing he's being sighted nearby. Well, quite exactly. Yeah, a lot of people would absolutely choose Voldemort. But then again, a lot of people would have their irrational ones as well. Because obviously being afraid of Voldemort is a rational fear. Whereas a phobia is an irrational one. And so there would still be plenty of spiders, I'd imagine. Just a fun fact about flobberworms, since they're so interesting. Apparently they are one of the only living creatures that can be summoned with Accio, the summoning charm. Wow, that's fascinating bit of info. Nice work, Daniel. Very interesting with such an interesting creature that there as well. Annette. I like how you get more insight into characters like Ron, Sir Cadogan, and Cedric. Ron defending Hermione. Cedric trying to have a redo with a Quidditch match. Absolutely. I did hear about that even after just finishing the Prison of Azkaban movie. And Sir Cadogan being a total bonkers nitwit. Fantastic. Then there's the mysterious potion that Snape gives to Lupin while Harry is in his office. I'd be suspicious too if I were Harry. But would you be suspicious that he's trying to hurt Lupin? Man, I especially like in the books that we see more of what the students are actually learning than it comes to spells and potions. Oh, absolutely. It's always a joy. It really is an absolute joy. Yeah, this is one of the funnest parts. That's what I'm really looking forward to in Hogwarts Legacy as well. Fantastic, Annette. You're right. These characters that you say here, they're so well fleshed out in these chapters. Especially Cadogan. And Miss CJ. The fact that Ron stood up against Snape when he called Hermione a know-it-all is one of the best of his best moments. Does he actually call him her know-it-all in the book as well? If so, I'm really messing this up. I'm sorry. He probably did, didn't he? Oh man, I'm sorry when I make these mistakes, guys. I do try to limit them. Shows how loyal he is, even though he was somewhat still angry at her because of her cat. Too bad in the movie they had Ron literally agree with Snape. He's got a point, you know. Like, what? I know. I've mentioned my thoughts on that a couple of times, but you're right, it is strange. The fact that Cedric wanted a rematch speaks volumes of his character. Nice to see Hufflepuff finally getting some well-deserved love. Absolutely. They always seem like the butt of jokes or to be underrated by other houses. Well, that isn't that true, especially it really was actually, particularly in Philosopher's Stone. It really seemed to be layering on, like Hagrid telling Harry about them and stuff like that. Kate. Hi Veggie, this is my first comment on the book club. Yay! Greetings from California. My goodness, Kate, thank you so much. First, some little trivia. Because you seem to enjoy other comments, I first read Harry Potter in Russian, and they translated some of the names quite curiously but also left some the same. For example, Gryffindor and Slytherin didn't change, but Hufflepuff became Poofendoofy. Oh my goodness, I love that so much. And Ravenclaw became Cogtravran. Those are both awesome names. Poofendoofy. My favourite of them gets inspired by the word snake, and thus translates him to Zeg, which is a play on the Russian word for snow. Oh wow, we're learning something. This is fascinating, Kate. Most already said above in the chapters. I only want want to notice how unpleasant Hermione is in the situation with Ron and Scabbers and Lavender and the rabbit. I know, yeah, you're right. She's so blunt with Lavender. She's making a great point though, but it's not the time. It's not the time. Not while she's in tears. I guess in a way she's trying to cheer Lavender up by saying it wasn't. Because I guess that Lavender would almost feel responsible for it because of you know, what Trelawney had told her. I feel like Hermione has mellowed a bit on the Scabbers situation, on the Crookshank situation since previous chapters. But yes, she's looking out for it's very interesting. Movies from 3 onwards make Hermione pretty emotional and sensible. But here she demonstrates, I think, some lack of emotional intelligence. I definitely see that there. Her roasting Lavender, which she was mourning whilst mourning the loss of her rabbit, is honestly awful. She is definitely not perfect and seems self-centered, trying to prove a point regarding the... Yeah, you're right, she is trying to prove a point. Just now I said that she may have been trying in a weird way to reassure Lavender, but no, you're right, she is trying to prove a point, and she is using Binky's death for that. Wow, I didn't see it like that before, Katie, but you make an excellent point. Wow. Yeah, that's definitely food for thought regarding that moment. Thank you so much, Kate. Fantastic comment. Gary. R.A. play Binky, Lavender's pet rabbit. Hermione made a good point, saying that Lavender can't have been dreading it because she didn't expect him to die. However, she was dreading something happening on that day. Lavender didn't know what Professor Trelawney prophecy was referring to, but she was dreading whatever it was. So technically her prediction was right. Oh my goodness, Gary. That thing that you're dreading will happen. That thing that you are dreading will happen on this day. So she is dreading, but it's not that thing. The thing that you are dreading will happen. The way that she words it is very interesting there. I mean, she absolutely was dreading something, absolutely, but the thing that she was dreading will happen on this day. If Trelawney had said you will be dreading something will happen that you were dreading. Not the thing that you were dreading. Oh man, I need to look up exactly how she worded it, because that's very interesting, Gary. That does change it a lot. But yeah, technically, in a weird way, Trelawney was actually... It was an accurate prediction. Great comment. Claire. Fun fact. Reading a Hufflepuff House edition, fantastic, The Philosopher's Stone, we learned that the founder of Hogwarts Village, Hengist of Woodcroft, was a Hufflepuff too. No way. Woodcroft, that's a good username. Username? Surname. Hengist Woodcroft. Fascinating. Well, that's excellent. A bit more Hufflepuff pride for us. Thank you so much, Claire. Jonas. Thank you very much for the sidebars. Hey, Veggie. Since I'm kind of late to the party again, I'm even later, I'm not going to write that much. I loved the little insight about Hogsmeade from Hermione and Ron after Harry leaves Lupin. That they have seen some kind of ogres make it clear... seeing some ogres makes it clear that Hogsmeade, it is not a thing that belongs to Hogwarts, but it's a little town and a meeting point for many magical beings. Absolutely, yeah. It's not like an adventure park for the school. It's actually a real place. Yes, absolutely. Also, my favourite sentences from one of my favourite characters, Fred, after Gryffindor's defeat. Still in the showers, said Fred. we think he's trying to drown himself. That's amazing. I know I shouldn't laugh, but I did. Poor Oliver. Absolutely poor Oliver. But that is a fantastic line, though. Absolutely. Preetam. I think Hermione is just thinking logically with regards to Scabbers and Lavender's pets. Since she always relies on logic, she is tactless sometimes. Makes sense giving her character, but she was being really insensitive. She was being insensitive. Yes, I agree. But she's also being she's making a cracking point though. This is what JKR said about Fred and George and the map. It's part of a MuggleNet interview. Oh, MuggleNet interview. Okay, MA. How did they figure out how to work the map? The exact word combination, is that just a lot of luck? JKR, or the map helped? MA. Yep, yeah. You can see them sort of answering and joking with each other, JKR, and the map flickering into life, like there, here and there, when they get closer and closer. And finally they hit upon the exact right word combination, and it just erupts. And Fred and George find the map on a drawer marked confiscated and highly dangerous. There we go. So they, of course, chose to take it and start messing with it. Oh, absolutely. I think it also makes sense, since the map also gives instructions to Harry using speech bubble on how to use the hidden entrance. Well, there you go. You made my exact point. Nice work. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad that you agree with that, because I feel like that was actually key to how Fred and George were able to get into it. Preetam. So awesome. I really love the concept of the fiddler's charm. Oh, I'm messing up now, guys. How you can hide a secret within a person, and no one but that person can choose to confide in others. Also, how funny to hear that James and Sirius were big troublemakers like Fred and George. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's awesome. I'm sorry. I completely screwed up earlier on with the comments. I thought that was a name then. So it's a charm. That's the secret keeper charm, isn't it? I'm sorry. I'm really messing this up. I'm getting tired, quite frankly, because these videos do take it out of me. But thank you so much for correcting me on that. And yeah, it's true. James and Sirius, that makes them like very likable right off the bat, doesn't it? Stephanie, hey Veggie, loving the book club. One thing I've never liked that was changed in the movies is the free broomstick scene. I understand they didn't have the sets yet and probably wouldn't want to spend the money for one scene, but why would the pub close itself to children on one of the 3 or 4 weekends the children are in town? You'd think Hogwarts visits would be profitable, especially that close to Christmas. Not to start the conversation again, but Snape is pretty much mean to Hermione too. It's not just Neville who he bullies. That's very true. Just my 2 cents. Anyway, I can't wait to see how you feel about the future scenes and changes between book and movie. Truly do start in this book. Thank you, Stephanie. That's an awesome comment regarding the free broomsticks. Is that the only pub in a Hogsmeade? Because I'm wondering if maybe the movie writers would say there's several pubs in Hogsmeade, and when these students come into town, it can be frustrating sometimes for the usual locals, and so the free broomstick shuts its doors to students. I'm stretching. That's a stretch because, like I say, it is Christmas time, which is going to be a big money time for them. So yes, definitely, you're making a great point there. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is definitely going to be over 4 hours again. My goodness. Okay, Bennett. Hi, Veggie. Till now, I've been a silent viewer, but I really love your idea of the book club and just couldn't resist joining in your journey. Thank you so much, Bennett. That's so kind of you. One of my favourite things in these books have always been the Quidditch matches, as I felt like I could really feel the excitement when reading them. But maybe this was just due to me being pretty young when I first read them. I'd imagine that they're fascinating yeah, absolutely. I'd imagine they're fascinating. I mean, they're very exciting to listen to, and they're very well described. It's more the rules and everything that plays with my mind. And also the attitude towards Harry not being allowed to lose, you know what I mean? But anyway, from the third film on, we don't really get a lot of Quidditch scenes, which I find is a pity, as they could have covered some of the best moments in these books, one of which we'll get into in a couple of chapters. I also feel like Quidditch was very poorly done until now, resolving in people not understanding that the snitch doesn't just win the game, but gives you 150 points. That there are indeed many rules, but the films just don't feel like caring about them, and just throw the end. Sorry guys, my brain is melting. Caring about them and just end up throwing people into the towers and the sides, yeah, and lightning strikes and everything. Something as dangerous as this would never have happened in the books. That's very true. That is so true, actually. It's definitely they're trying to make each game more brutal, aren't they? Maybe. P.S. P.S. While watching your book reviews, I find myself thinking on the regular, if only he knew. I bet many questions and theories you have will be answered in the upcoming books, but I think most people won't give you clear answers. But because it would be a spoiler for something. Love your actions. Greetings from Germany. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry that I struggle to read that. It's because I'm getting very, very tired. But Bennett, that's a great appreciate. First comment from the book club. I hope it isn't your last. Is great addition. Thank you so much. Nyomgold Utting? Just join the Patreon. Thank you so much, Nom. I hope I'm saying your name right. And I wanted to add my thoughts to the whole Snape situation. I think a lot of people lose sight of the power differential at play here. Snape is an adult wizard who is teaching and ahead of one of the Hogwarts houses. Harry and co are children who just wanting to learn this subject. Imagine knowing next to nothing about the world, and all of a sudden one of your teachers is asking you questions, purposefully trying to trip you up and get you to make a mistake, is insulting you and your dead father, and it's a known thing that they are biased and unfairly assign punishments based on their house. Well, yeah, that is definitely how I see it, at least. Now, people might be a tragic figure who has their reasons, but the children, they are just an adult who is being mean and abusive. And also, you can't let that sort of thing affect you in the workplace, especially as a teacher. You can't. I agree. I think some people try to justify Snape's abuse because they are uncomfortable liking a villain. Personally, I've always felt that following Snape is to remain a teacher seriously calls Dumbledore's judgment as a headmaster into question. Well, there's also that as well. I can mention more, but I won't spoil. Thank you very much. I'll continue to comment on the horribleness that is Snape as we go. Greatly appreciated your take on that, Noam. I'm so sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, but yeah, I'm glad that you're adding to this debate as well, because there is a debate going on, guys. It's certainly a character which has a lot of different takes on it, and so I hope I make mine clear. But I love reading all your different takes on it, guys. I really do. Fear! Last 3 comments. Have I skipped on? I did not. Yeah. I like the chapters where we get to see more of the Wizarding World itself. Like, oh, ignore that. World itself, like all the creatures that Lupin brings into the Dark Arts class, and all the amazing things that you can buy in Hogsmeade, especially the sweets and in Honeydukes. I completely agree. Like it's the description and the list of different things that, I mean, we had it with Harry in going to Diagon Alley and everything, but I love that sort of thing where it's really just building the scene by just telling you all these little things that Harry's saying. It's wonderful. Most of them sound delicious. Not the blood lollies though. However, I'm not sure if all of them are vegan. Probably not. Probably not. I could also imagine that you really liked the chapter Grim Defeat. Thought it's alright. Because Hufflepuff's glorious victory at Quidditch. Also, you surely didn't notice that Cedric Diggory already got mentioned here. It's as always, keep up the great work, Veggie. Greetings from Germany. Thank you so much, Fia. And you know what? Like I said, I think I mentioned this already today, but I had heard, after watching Prince of Azkaban, I think I got some comments saying, hey, by the way, in fact, I did. Because I got some comments saying, hey, by the way, the team leader of Hufflepuff did try to get it retracted, but Gryffindor, well, it wasn't accepted. And then in the next movie, in Goblet of Fire, in my intro, I talk about Cedric Diggory, not knowing that he was going to be turning out to be an actual character in the movie. So, yeah, that's why I got very excited when he dropped down from the tree. Isabel. Hi, just joined the book club. Thank you so much, Isabel. Excited to be here. Prince of Azkaban is my favorite early book, and Half-Blood Prince is my favorite later book. Very interesting. This has always been one of my least favorite movies because they leave so much out, which at least to me makes lots of things kind of confusing if you don't read the books before seeing it. Yeah. These books definitely fill in so many blanks. They really do. And I thoroughly enjoyed Prince of Azkaban, the movie, but then I hadn't seen the book beforehand, and so... But yeah, the extra detail that we get in this book has been fantastic so far. And you don't get as much of that really satisfying moment when everything fully clicks together from the movie like you do in the book. Oh, I bet. And I feel like we got that in Chamber of Secrets as well. But yeah, I bet I look forward to that payoff. And all the Quidditch and in the movies that you get that all the Quidditch in the movie that you get in the books. Yeah, I do hear that there is a lot more Quidditch, which makes sense because yeah, I know there's Half-Blood Prince with Ron and everything, but Quidditch definitely becomes less significant, doesn't it, in the movies from here on? Yeah, definitely. Oh, absolutely. P.S. You don't need to read my comment in the video, just thought I'd pop in and support a bit of content creator. Keep up the great work. Well, I did, Isabel. If you put it in this blog, I will read it. And so I hope you don't mind. But from the way you worded that, I think you don't mind either way. But you're absolutely part of it. Thank you so much for your wonderful comment. And welcome to the Patreon. Greatly appreciated. Anna Marie closes it out. They made their comment today, so it's like very lucky because I'm late to this book club, but they just got in time with the one sentence. The scene in Hogsmeade are some of my favourites in the series. Hogsmeade looks like a blooming wonderful place, and you know what? you know what? Obviously, we're playing Hogwarts Legacy at the moment, and as of recording this, I haven't. I mean, I've barely looked around Hogwarts yet, but we haven't got to Hogsmeade yet. I cannot wait. I cannot. That is one of the things that I'm looking forward to the most when it comes to playing Hogwarts Legacy, because it looks like just such a beautiful place. And I'm wondering if all these shops that we hear about are actually going to be in existence back then. I'd imagine they probably would be. Guys, this has been wonderful. Another chunky video. Hope you enjoyed it, and I certainly did. Sorry that I get tired at the end of these videos because it's so much reading, guys. But I hope you enjoyed it all the same. I'm sorry about the mistakes that I made throughout this one, guys. But it's a regular thing now, isn't it, when I make mistakes? But I hope they're not too grating. I guess that's probably the best way of putting it. Be sure to leave a comment in the on the videos, guys. And like I say, put your house at the start of your comments. Be very interesting. Please subscribe, all that good stuff. I'm Veggie Gamer, and I'll see you next time. Oh, hell yeah! The Gryffindor pukes get knocked about! Big L for Gryffindor, take that one! Damn glasses! Nope, terrible. Those Gryffindor pukes sure got what was coming to them! So will the slithering schmucks and the Ravenclaw rejects! This face paint cost me 13 quid! Nope. Hufflepuffs are all about the respect and the kindness and the loyalty, but not today! Not after the complete destruction! I'm so mad my glasses just fell off my head and turned off my recording software. But the Hufflepuffs are gonna get another victory, going all the way to their final cup. I'm tired of being humble. I'm tired of being respectful. Hufflepuff are the... God damn it, so close. That should do it.